Okay. Good. Everything was set up. We're going.
Yeah.
Hello. It's been a little bit. Welcome back to Rain. This is 28. I believe if I just looked at it. Pretty sure we don't got another one in the can. Might be 29. I don't know.
Don't look at me. I don't know. What are numbers?
I know the last one that got published had the duel that.
Okay, that was last session. So
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So whichever one that's numbered, that I definitely did not literally just look at and forgot. Yeah, it was 27.
Don't worry, Omega. It's we all have that brain right now.
It's so true.
But hey, before we get started, I'd like to remind everybody this episode brought to you by our patrons like Adam D. Harp, Blackest OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV9000, Cristalia, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Roger Kenji, Rogue and Trevor, some guy named Bob and Varian the Crow. Thank you very much for your support. I think I may have slurred some of those names a little. Anyway, we're back. Not that we really wanted to take a week off for the holidays, but we kind of took a week off for the holidays.
It just happens usually.
Scheduling.
Schedule stuff happens.
We
were a little worried about today, but luckily the flight gods were with Dallas, so he was able to get to us at a reasonable time.
Yeah. No, it's I'm very lucky to live near the airport.
His arms might be tired though.
Yeah. And obviously, I should say, you can chat. Feel free to wish me a happy birthday, but it will have been days ago by the time this does get uploaded and posted to public.
All right, it is your
Happy
birthday.
Yes. Thanks, guys. But it is my
Happy
birthday,
birthday.
and at no point was I personally planning on rescheduling this for my birthday.
Yeah, I feel like every birthday after 21, it's just meh.
Omega, I should tell you, a major thing for my birthday was I got all my players to show up to actually play my game because we couldn't do other times that week.
Nice.
So they all
they all
just
scheduling against them.
They all just did their schedules to make it to show up for me.
That's nice. Luckily,
Exactly.
my birthday this week is already on our normal gaming day. So it has been a week though, unintentionally. So you guys are currently at the Chateau Dragon with two
Right.
N's and an E, but only one G. Oh, and Chateau is spelled with an X.
Oh.
Chateau. Yeah, it's the French spelling.
I went for the most French spelling possible.
Yeah, I was about to say, what isn't
Yes.
that? Yeah, doesn't that mean like EAUX? Yeah.
It's
literally
the
the House of the
spelling. I
Dragon.
mean French spelling.
Which is very funny because, as you guys will probably get to find out today, all of the names I used for like the earliest members of the House Hotroy are like Welsh. So I have very very funny like linguistic drift.
Ah, so so they're all incomprehensible with lots of phlegm.
No, I used
Shout out to
mostly the
Wales.
shorter ones. But I could bust a couple of sharp ones out. But basically, you guys are staying at Chateau Dragon until you're ready to start the tour. Do you guys remember the rough itinerary outline, or do you want me to run through that real quick?
Say that again, honestly.
So
Missing
you're
the
starting
middle.
at the chateau. You're going to go to Weirwind Keep first. There, you're probably planning on at least a full day there. That is the castle has been entrusted to Narissa Pettyroy, as well as also you have generally expressed interest in the things that are there. So that's probably going to be at least a full day of your tour. Next, you're going to stop over in the relatively small town compared to the places you normally are of Drakesmith. Or Drake's Mouth, but obviously, it's all one word, so we like to blur them together. That is a river town on a tributary of the big river along the eastern border. I had to remember which way my west and east is, which is called the Heron Surge. But it's a decently sized market town that where the week after the Festival of the Rising Dragon in the capital will be pretty big. Still, there'll be a lot of, trade flowing. The plan isn't probably to stay here a full day, but basically stay probably like a half day to rest, make sure everybody's up on their supplies, and, generally check in on things. Going upriver is going to be tougher in this season, so you're probably going to ride and carriage your ways up to Pont de Lance. This is the seat of House Lancet. It is technically in Cheval territory, but it is literally right across a bridge called King's Bridge from Crown territory, and it is a slightly more hospitable stay than staying in the other side of the bridge town. And also, the House of Lancet is run by Agave's aunt, so you'll be well welcomed there. Depending on exactly how long you all are with everything else, you might stay 1 or 2 days because depending on their itinerary, the Cheval party, House Cheval's party has to go back that way.
Mhm.
So the Duchess and her husband and various other hangers-on may also be in there. So that will probably mean you stay longer if there are more people.
Okay.
Just because that's how these sort of social events go. Then you guys are going to swing up and around and go next to Castle Wolfetsfrud. This is the seat of House Whitestone, one of the allied banner houses of the Crown House. It's up in the foothills of the Medius Mountains. You guys are probably not going to hit any mountaineering, but it's an alpine castle. It's got a fairly large fortification, and it's the kind of terrain you guys are familiar with, so it's a good visit. It's supposed to be quite picturesque, And then you're going to keep swinging west to reach the area known as the Whitewood and Highbower. This is a forested region. There's a decent amount of Crown's lumber production, hunting, and other such industries here. It is close to the Trefoil River, which is the other river that borders Crown. This is also probably going to be a short stop because while there are plenty of things to see in Highbower, this is the domain that is granted to the High Queen, and she is away, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So the Crown Prince will not want to stay over long. I am sipping my water.
Hydrate.
Crack the bottle. And then basically you guys are probably going to catch a riverboat in Highbower because you're going downstream will be very easy and go all the way down to Four Leaves. This is a large port city under House Quatrefoil in Forester. Basically occupying, the entire Ferretti side of the Delta. And this is a fairly large historic city where it will be relatively easy for you guys to catch up with Lucy, who you have told to, meet with you there. Depending on how long you guys want to stay in Four Leaves, that could be like another full day, or you could, pack on your boat immediately. So you're looking at probably a little under a week's worth of round trip, depending on the pacing and climate. You guys have got a few different types of terrain to cover. But a boat trip downriver should be fairly swift at this season. And, you guys have your carriage. Several of you are going to horse.
Horse.
Yep. Horse.
Got a supply wagon and some men-at-arms with you, and so on and so forth. So if there's anything you guys want to talk about amongst yourselves, you guys are guests here. You're in the Stone Tree Suite. And I'm sure that even though he's staying in the... what was that room called? The old Iron Hold room.
Yeah.
I mean, even though he's staying there, I'm sure that Inos will probably be spending a decent chunk of his time lounging in the suites.
Yes.
So you guys have plenty of opportunity for any, questions or discussions you need to bring up amongst yourselves or anybody traveling with you. Otherwise, we'll just, keep on keeping on through our day.
Alrighty.
I mean, I don't have anything specific to discuss, but I would probably spend a little time, obviously bothering Alias with my presence, and if he's not busy, and also getting to know Narissa a little bit.
All right. There's only so much room for Prince bothering, as it's a very large castle.
Fair enough.
But you can probably arrange, because you'll have meal and other
geez.
social time. Gesundheit.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You'll have meal and other social time that I'm certain you'll be spending a decent amount of time around Nerissa. Do you have anything like specific you would discuss with her in the getting to know her front, or are you just going to kind of like be in
Just
the
try to
vicinity?
figure out her interests and stuff like that.
All right, I have a very funny question to ask you. I would like you to make me a sense plus empathy roll.
Aha! I get to try my new sense plus empathy.
You bought at least 2 points in that thing.
I
think you
believe
did.
we are. This is how we will be starting.
Oh boy. Hold
It
on,
reminds
let
me of my own
bring out-
separate
'cause I
machine.
I don't actually remember my sense plus empathy score now.
It should be on your sheet.
Well, yeah, but he's got to look at
Yeah,
it.
but I updated it. I couldn't remember exactly how much it was. I knew it was between two numbers, I'll say that, but I just didn't know which of those two numbers it was. Two tens.
Oh, okay. My God, you're working. You've finally done the thing.
No, hit him with the jinx.
No, I want to save
give
that
the
for
XP
later.
for it,
There,
yeah.
there will be funnier rolls. It's the first roll of the session. There will be funnier rolls later. I'll have him roll graces, which he's good at, and fuck it up. Go try.
Yeah, probably.
But all right. Yeah. No, Nurse probably doesn't see any reason to be cagey with you. I've seen
I would point out,
things
I'm being very, I would say, I'm trying to project openness.
Yeah, no. And like
I'm
I said,
not trying to
I
be
was wondering if
weird.
she would roll something to gobble that, but no, I don't think so. Yeah. Nerissa is not trying to, I think, be, like I said, be cagey or distant with, any of you in the Logi party. Obviously, she has to, for propriety's sake, spend some of her time separately. But yeah, generally the vibes you get from her is, right now, while obviously, it's not really like a whirlwind romance. They've been corresponding for like 3 years, but obviously, things are kind of like running hot, I guess, with swirling back and forth, exchanging of gifts, the finalizing the engagement, that information being leaked to all 4 corners of the realm, etc., etc.
Hey.
So like, it's on everybody's mind, but you do get the impression that while, obviously even with no success, Nerissa is a, focused, talented, pretty. She is beauty 1, in case anybody's forgotten. Young woman. She's got a pretty good grasp of social graces, you'd say. Like, she's at least as polite as anybody when interacting with, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, various people of all different social positions. She has a couple of maids with her and other accompaniments. She doesn't really seem to be like, overly, cutting or pushy. Though definitely you think that with 2 tens, yeah, she's got sterner stuff in there. Her like primary areas of expertise seem to be mostly focused in, riding, spear using, and her like general training as a castellan, the lady of a castle. That's something that kind of snuck up on her authority-wise when her father had to take over the position as Lord Marshal. But definitely, like, her like current like personal directives and goals. I won't, because normally you're supposed to get like esoteric disciplines and stuff for that. But I won't rat out her like duty and mission, any of her passions or anything. But you definitely get the vibe that like her current selection of passions in life is, was previously kind of career oriented. So she will presumably have to do some adjustment when you get into the marriage. She probably about to say, should I have her roll empathy? No, we that will not be going anywhere. Spoilers. That means Nerissa Pettyroy does not have any of that. That's not going anywhere.
I mean, I would be trying to make auto, like, I don't know what's the equivalent of like fail.
No, like I said, you said her before. You're being open, so it's like she's not going to be able to get like a deeper study on anything you're holding back. But
Yeah.
I think she can successfully read at least that. At the very least, Nicola is trying to appear, open and friendly. So she'll talk about this and that. Like I said, this is the talking about like hobbies and stuff. The primary thing she does that is not like a necessary like career oriented thing is, like I said, she has a big enjoyment of horseback riding and especially like travel. If you had to guess, Nicola, not that you're an expert in romantic relationships, but you would assume one of the reasons why Nerissa and Leslok have anything to talk about is they both do kind of have this like wanderlust about them.
Fair enough. I will take that under note because I mean she's going to be a part of the family from now on, so that means I'm going to have to get her birthday gifts and stuff.
This at least reminded me of my own mission, but I think today is not the day for that.
Yeah, you guys are just kind of like not even getting settled in, but just hanging about. Anybody else got any particular things they want to be doing at Chateau Dragon?
If we got time, Inos is going to accost Mora for her sword so he can do weapon adornment on them both. I know she only said lefty, but it's gonna bug him if he only does one and not the other.
He's got to make it simple. Yes, you have enough time for that. I mentioned before that in addition to a variety of facilities inside the castle, there is again, not really a large castle town, but there are a number of outbuildings outside the castle walls to, support the staff and visitors to the castle. So there are plenty of forges and workshops you can access, in addition to obviously the workbenches and so on in the iron hold room.
All right. I guess I just probably need access to a good like. Do we have like pedal grindstones? Where we just push the pedal and the thing spins.
Probably.
Yeah.
I think that's a simple machine.
Yeah. I don't actually remember the mechanic around
Well,
that. I remember that.
So, how big of stuff do you need to grind?
Short swords.
You could just use a hand grindstone.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm curious. What is our whetstone technology?
I believe the pedal grindstone, what is you push it down and then the force of it spins the wheel and then that force also brings the pedal back up.
No, that's definitely before where we are.
Yeah, they weren't the actual wheel grinder would not be popular until later, but the concept of a pedal grinder would have existed for a long time.
Let me double check here. What is the time?
Like they weren't really popularized until the like post-industrial revolution.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's see.
But there are also like Leonardo sketches and a lot of like medieval examples. So there's some kind of treadle grinder thing existing.
All right. But
there is a thing.
It would probably be obscure enough that you would have to be carrying one with you if you wanted it.
Okay. Oh, never mind. Either way, it takes 20 minutes for me to do a weapon, so to do two of them would take me about 40 minutes. So it's not going to take my whole day, but it's going to take me a minute. So if anyone is looking for the Inos in the immediate, he is probably... Yeah, he's probably in outside of one of the workshops. He didn't come here just to stay up in his room the entire time. But, Omega, please note that, Mora has Weapon of Dormant on both her sword swords, so next time she rolls a success with them, she gets +1 with.
Alrighty, we'll keep that in mind.
And her next rule is to strike down us.
Since you do get a chance to look at them, Moira's side blades are of very high quality. They are made in the southern Celticy style, so they are one-handed blades that are very good for close-up work.
Cool.
But actually, yeah, you're doing a full 20-minute Weapon of Dormant. You might get in there. They are Moira's own maker mark on them.
Rad.
So she did, make them herself to her specifications. All right. Anybody else? Anything? Don't have to be anything. Just
unless needed, Logesh is probably going to actually, rest because he's still got that 3 killing in his body.
Yeah. No, I figured.
Yeah, Konrad's gonna rest too, because while he does have at least a dot in riding, he's not used to it, so he might have some saddle sores right now.
Okay. Then, basically, your day or so here wraps up with around the dinner hour. I mentioned him before, but we'll reiterate his name. It is the courier lieutenant, Perry Driscoll, knocks upon the Logi door. He's dressed in, a king's courier type uniform. I should actually figure out exactly what livery colors they are, but it probably involves red and white somewhere. All right, I see none of you are particularly interested in answering your own door, so
Should. Yeah.
Somebody will handle it, I'm sure. You have enough NPCs.
Sorry, I literally spaced.
But the short version is basically he says, does, a courteous bow and says, yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Crown Prince would be hoping you would join him to dine. It'll be in the East Dining Hall.
All right. Let's get hungry anyway.
I would, of course, I would say put on, medium fancy clothes. Not fancy, but, more than just my medical robes.
Definitely
you're not having a state dinner, but you are having a private dinner.
Definitely out of our traveling
business
clothes.
Casual, if you will.
Yeah.
Inos will go probably business casual as well. Put on a nice
so for Inos, an excessive amount of undone buttons. Got it?
Yes. Listen. I don't know why, but I like the undone buttons and rolled up sleeves look. It's great.
I mean, it honestly, it's very Byronic, very dramatique. I think it fits Inos perfectly because that then you can always have the excuse of doing that gesture of you roll up your sleeves, that sort of stuff. It befits his style very well.
Yeah.
But yes, like I said, I'm presuming none of you will find an excuse to not go to dinner.
Of course.
Nope, we'll go.
So you were taken to, like I said, the east side dining room. It's a much smaller hall. There's not the huge double balconies or the vaulted ceilings or anything, but enough space to set all of you and various NPCs at a table. The prince is there. Agave Cheval on one side, and probably the Lady of House Antrim is on the other side. She is the Castellan. captain of the castle.
Oh, I'm trying to think. Is she the one who owns the fort?
Does not own it, but she is responsible for it while the High King and so on are away. Yes.
I'm trying to think of who'd it be proper to greet first.
Rank-wise, probably the prince.
Okay, so rank supersedes host.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, Dallas is bad at social graces.
No, it's okay. I think most of your characters have enough graces to or the equivalent skill to let it ride and figure it out. So yes, it's like I said, it's private. It's not super formal. You know, there's enough servants around to make sure everybody's got food. Probably only like a couple of, well, not a couple. You know what I mean? A limited selection of courses. Everything obviously though is of highest quality, made very fresh. Probably a lot of like it's spring and it's early spring, so I don't know if we're quite in butcher meat time. So it's probably game fowl, game birds. Fresh spring vegetables and greens, that kind of thing. Get you some sort of soup. Highest quality, breads.
I have a question,
Yeah.
Game Master. How private is this?
Like I said, fairly private. There's people besides your own party there. Like I said, obviously, Lady Antrim is there, Nerissa's there, Agave Cheval is there, but no other visiting dignitaries. It's not like there's public courtiers coming along.
Is Lady Antrim the only outsider really here? Or like person we're not used to, I should say.
I mean, technically, Nerissa's new Cavalier, Dame Rosenrot, would also be present, but that can't be that weird, right? She's family. She's like your second. Well, she's like the Marquess's second cousin. It's perfectly normal, right?
Probably.
No. I just mean that I will probably be more casual than is proper towards the prince in that case. If there's no one, like none of the men or like... Basically, as long as this is mostly private, I will probably let my hair down a little bit more than I should. But not egregiously.
Sure. Go ahead and just make me a... Actually, I think by definition, I have to say this is Charm plus Fascinate, not Charm plus Graces.
Yeah, I'm trying to be not.
You are being charismatic,
which is unfortunate for me.
Socially
what is the second cousin's name again? The one who's gonna be the
Rosewater, right?
No, it's Rosenrot.
Rosenrot. Yes. No,
Rosenrot.
Enos's eyes just keep starting between Mora and Rosenrot. Just.
Oh, that makes you think of a very specific character. I feel like it's entirely the wrong feel.
I described her before, but I need to take that paragraph out and stick it back with her character sheet sometime. But she's about average height for a woman. She's roughly the same age as Mora for backstory regions. Kind of got the more like classical Logi like flame colored hair and kind of like steely eyes. She has a little bit of a dueling scar on one cheek.
Was made.
Yeah, nobody is so crass as to call you out at dinner.
Am I getting a death stare from Lady Cheval?
Definitely. I think after you maybe make some more like you maybe like accidentally or on purpose, like depending on how casual you want to be, you like drop some honorifics from the Crown Prince, or you make even if it is a like socially acceptable like joke for private, you probably get a couple of aside glances. Like I said, nobody really it feels like they need to call you out on anything because it is private. But Nicola probably has enough self-awareness, and the rest of Team Logi has enough self-awareness to know that like, yes, Nicola is being very informal right now, and he is not like. He is not being enough of the class clown to like bring it up so that like people are just laughing it off, right? Unlike say if what Inos does basically, because you've got your grace is linked to your perform, so
Yes.
like you can just like be you, but you're so you that people just write it off as just, oh well, he's eccentric, obviously.
Which is bullcrap.
He's invested quite a bit of experience in that one.
That bad technique.
By the way, I rose my theater up to fucking 5, so it's even more crazy.
You are a drama queen.
Yes.
Literally. I mean, I believe Leslok is like Grace's 5 or 6. Like he is just
6.
that.
He autopiles it.
Yeah, you are so drilled in courtly manners that like you don't have to think about doing it correctly, which is, I think, the way you probably want your Marquess to be, of just like, no, I understand exactly what I should be doing to be socially acceptable right now. But like I said,
I'm never gonna have more than 3 charms, so I just maxed out my graces to be like, I need to always be good at
He's
this.
just an idiot.
But yes, any other particular dinner moments? Like I said, this is all just kind of like general vibes and character building opportunities, but we have a laundry list of opportunities, so if you don't want to take them, we can wait till later.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing in particular. Konrad would probably make a little bit of small talk, but probably mostly would stay pretty quiet.
Yeah, and like I said, that's perfectly fine. There's no court enforced socializing going on. But there is a little bit of wine, because
Nicola stays away from all alcohol.
Okay, he's learned his lesson. Distilled water only, got it. I'm imagining something like citrusy for dessert.
I almost half feel that fucking Alestra keeps Nicola away from the alcohol.
It was probably a little embarrassing when you I don't think you had that much, but I think you did powerbomb a couple of goblets full of wine at that one dinner. But it was stressful, and then you let yourself go. No,
that was at breakfast, and it was a bottle of brandy.
Okay, that's right. You were so stressed you were in the brandy at breakfast. I thought it was a dinner, but
no, because it was when we found Konrad at midnight.
Right.
Inos will probably try to keep up conversation just for things from getting silent. Though if he gets the opportunity, he will bombastically pantomime him getting challenged to a duel in the streets.
Go ahead and make me whichever you prefer out of a fascinate or braces, air quotes, roll. If you want to,
let's go
storytelling.
Let's do a little storytelling. So let's go with fascinate. Actually, let me double check my pool on that. Okay, my fascinate is at a 4. Oh, actually, my theater is higher than my fascinate. Hang on, I'm going to change that.
I've done it already.
Yes, it wasn't me.
Okay, no. Oh, that was one more dice that needed, but it didn't matter.
All right, so I am spending my last 2 XP real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Like
I said, we had a couple weeks off.
Yeah.
So that is, I meant to roll 40 just for sense for Lady Antarim, but she does not proc an Eerie. Yeah, I think it should be another 40-10. Interesting.
Oh, someone procced an Eerie.
Oh. So I believe at the end of the session, somebody's getting some EXP.
All right.
But that is very funny for reasons I'll figure out once Logi's made his roll and we've resolved that. Okay, at least 2 10s? Yeah, that's your best set, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, so you tell your story very, very excitedly. Which pool was that, by the way?
Fascinate.
Okay, yes. Then definitely with all your best, embellishments and whatchamacallits, you do your pantomime, you excitedly tell everything, you manage to occasionally get a nod in at Moira, who would be, as a ladies' cavalier, would be dining with you as well. She does not add anything to your retelling, but she's present, so you have a very altogether story going on. So you do notice. Sorry, I was double checking the wording of unwholesome. You do notice, because I believe you said you make sure to give Dame Logi. You keep an eye on her, right?
Yeah.
Inos?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, like, she, as politely as she can pull off at the dinner table, is, like, giving you that kind of, like, oddly concerned side-eye back occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like she's starting to warm to you by the time you tell the story.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like you spend most of it probably just talking about how, absurd it was for you to be challenged to a duel in the street.
Yes.
With a little bit of, Moira came to bail you out at the end.
I'm happy you just still gonna she's the next person to a dance fight next time.
I might.
But she, like I said, she seems to be getting over her initial hackles raised experience. But yes, that was with only 4 dice. We did proc unwholesome.
Okay.
Like I said, that's you. I the way it phrases it is, you can still win them over, but you start with a social strike against you. I think 2 10s on a fascinate roll, you're back to 0 instead of -1.
Yeah.
But you did start with her at -1, and like I said, it's very funny because you explicitly called out that you're like keeping an eye on her, she's keeping an eye on you, and so it goes. All right. And like I said, nobody feels the need to be super engaged in conversation. Nerissa is there, so she, makes sure to every so often, loop, Leslok back into the conversation, and make sure to bring up a couple of things with Lady Antarim, because if I'm not, it's different. See, I've compiled a lot of my GM notes into document tabs as well, but now I got to remember just to do the tab switch.
It's handy. It's just take some getting used to.
Yeah, and sometimes it's feisty about actually unspooling the tabs. I'm like, no, I really don't want to edit the name of this tab. I'd like you to just open it. Sorry, I'm screen list for names. Yes, okay, so no specific relation. But yeah, so like I said, you are all, decently part of the conversation and productive as much as you want. Except so far for Logesh, who, seems to sit there silently and eat his candied lemons.
I'm taking it easy. Look.
Yeah, no. You already do have your excuse. You do probably get a couple of polite questions from the other guests about how you're feeling, because you're probably like, maybe not openly bandaged up, but it has been obvious that you have been, got, even if the people here don't necessarily know the story. Yeah. Because I don't think anybody blew up that you challenged Ainara Espada to a duel and got instantly jobbed.
Yep. just yep.
Fucking owned.
Oh.
Just Logesh under the bus. No.
Yeet.
But alrighty then, like I said, you have a nice pleasant dessert. There's probably, a little bit of like, a digestif. And then, shuffle back to your rooms. And now's the part where I have the very funny conversation I've been planning for quite some weeks, where you guys are taken back to the suites, not by Driscoll, who is a courier lieutenant, but by young lady Agave Cheval. Though I say she's young lady, I'm pretty sure she's older than all of you.
I think she might be younger than me
Nicola?
and Log. I think she might be younger than Logesh, rather. Not me.
Well,
I think Logesh is 23. Right?
I am the oldest.
Do you have my
Logesh
notes that should
22.
everybody's adjusted ages?
No, she's older
No,
than
I've got
everyone.
Logesh at 21. She is 23 or 22.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she is older than all of you, despite being, the young lady of the house. Yeah, you can roll stealth. I'm gonna warn you. I'm gonna make you roll direction to find where your room is. You've never been to this place before.
Well, shit.
Well, you might choose to roll something else to ask somebody where your room is.
I
I
will
guess,
accept my chastisement.
That's not
I will
grammar.
accept my fate.
But that's like
well,
that's like
you
saying
were
the sky
like I
is blue.
said. Inos can get away with this because he's staying in a separate room. I will warn you that you will have to come up with some way to try and remember where your room is. Either roll direction to just memory or ask somebody. But you can roll stealth to just scoot.
Son of a bitch! I did it! Ugh.
Delete the evidence. We're just moving on.
After a week off, it happens to everyone.
Still not me!
Your time will come later.
2 twos!
Okay, 2.
You did it.
Son of a bitch.
Wrong house.
Only
Okay,
semi-punished.
Agave. Well, Agave's gonna roll the gobble.
Yeah.
Oh.
He pulls anything well, yeah.
Is it scrutinize or sight?
Sight.
I'm wondering if I should help.
Scrutinize is more
You're not
like for
getting out of there.
investigations and stuff.
Well, you will be rolling separately to see if you notice, and then can do on your own. 1 sends 3 2 sight.
Son of a bitch!
3s.
Oh no.
Well, we run into my favorite part, which is Inos. You decide at some point, when you see a familiar-looking junction as you walk the padded halls of the chateau, to be like, yes, clearly I should get away from this process. And you just silently dip down. As you're silently dipping, Agave, catches you at the corner of your eye and just kind of like gives you the look that says, "I see you."
Shit.
But she does not comment on anything, and continues to go about the business.
Agave Shovel will remember this.
Yeah, basically.
Well, I'll just have to keep trying to dodge. All right, but what Enos is going to do is he's going to basically ask any staff where the Iron Room? Son of a bitch, I forgot.
Iron Hill room, yeah.
Yeah, room is.
God, do I even make you roll?
I mean, I think I should roll. Like, even if I am a guess, I am suddenly an Iron Demon accosting.
Yeah, your roll would be
Graces?
Yes, it would be grace. The pool you would roll for graces, as we like to say. But yes, there are footmen, men at arms, porters, etc. throughout the whole house. So you can. It's a question of flagging the right person down and asking the right questions.
Yeah.
Ah. I do fine.
Success.
Jesus.
Yeah, you're plenty good. Yes, no.
Damn.
Of course, monsieur. The way we want to go is you're going to go take a left, take 2 lefts, down some stairs, take a
Another
right,
left?
up some stairs.
What?
Trust me, you don't want to keep going on the same level. You got to go up and down the stairs again. There's a corridor that's blocked off. It's full of they're demothing it.
What?
Pass the portrait.
Feels like this guy's like trolling you.
No, he rolled 10s, but he's
I
being
know,
honest.
but-
He walked you through.
I want to roll knowledge to see if I remember this.
You're fine. You don't need to roll. You've got it. if the guy you got with 2 10s doesn't get it, you'll ask somebody with your 2 8s later, and then when that doesn't get you there, you'll ask with your 6s.
Yeah,
You'll
you
just
got
keep
it.
running through guides until you figure out where you're going.
Fair enough.
But alrighty. So at your Stone Tree Suite, you guys all pack in for the night, back in your rooms. And Agave invites herself inside and does shut the door and just kind of like, folds her arms behind her back and, looks around the room imperiously. She does a very good job of capturing the kind of authoritative look you would expect from her mother, the Duchess Cheval. And just, says, all right, we'll be departing in the morning. Hopefully everyone is ready to go. You've got all your outfits selected. Familiar with your horses.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to politely remind everybody that you are going on a small, true, but a official train with the Crown Prince. Obviously, the people of Crown are very familiar with him, but he is the future High King, so there will be certain expectations. As she says, expectations, laser beam spear point eyes at Nicola. Some of you...
Sorry.
No, I made her gaze.
Yeah, she says, some of you, by which I mean mostly you, Sir Doctor, engage in informalities which are going to be odd. They're going to be noted. Some may find them objectionable. You should remember your good sense and manners.
I will. Can I reply?
Yeah.
Dear Lady Cheval, while I am no doubt not the most formal in certain settings, I am under no illusion where I must stand in the eyes of the people of Crown. I may have been looser than I had wished tonight, but I only did so because it was a private.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not dumb, I'm just stupid.
Most can't tell the difference between those things.
Well, I'll just remind you that of your necessity of that position. And hopefully we will not need to move you out of the public eye.
Of course. I would do nothing to harm my friend's reputation.
Good. Excellent. Great. Can't believe I'm saying this, but the one of you that has, I think, some of the best grasp of the relationship is Master Smith Inos. His other proclivities aside, but we'll address that one when we come to it. I feel no need to give any more pointed reminders to the rest of you, I think. Though she kind of tilts her head, Conrad's way. There are times, Lord Conrad, when I have noticed that you have seemed more distant with His Highness than some of the others. Obviously, you do not want to appear,
Overly friendly.
Yes, that too, but also you don't want to appear too cold. The people might find that odd. What we're looking for on this, travel is not, schoolboy camaraderie, but, fraternity among men. I'm sure you all understand how that works. Marquess, I have no commentaries on your amount of politeness, your lordship.
Thank you.
But I believe the rest of you will be good. Though, she kind of, her like tone and body language changes a little as she does kind of like tilt her head and take a side glance at Logesh now. Though I hope that you are not planning any new challenges, Sir Logesh, as I believe you are still recovering from your previous injuries.
Yes, I am.
She says it in like a concerned way, not in her previously disapproving way. All right, good.
There's only one person I was intending to duel, so no, that's not going to happen again anytime soon.
Yes.
Now she kind of gets. You've seen, each of you has probably seen shades of Agave Cheval's sense of humor before. The ones who've seen it the most are probably Nicola and Inos, who's not here. But this, she kind of gets like a very, very slight quirk of her stiff upper lip, and leans her head on the side to Leslok and says, "Well, some of that will have to depend on the Marquess, but he does not take me as the type to offer casual offense so as to get into fights."
I'd rather. I don't see a habit of making it.
That's an admirable quality. There are many lords I have known who take the existence of having a cavalier or a bodyguard as an excuse to get in all the fights they like. And she says, "Very well, all right, we'll depart right after breakfast. Everyone, make sure you are dressed appropriate for riding, and so as to not embarrass yourselves or anyone you're with your state of dress."
Yes.
I am quite confident we can all pull that off. Good, great.
Also, this is separate. I have named my horse Snickerdoodle.
And I mean, I think you could just say Snickerdoodle. It's a very funny selection of words, but yes, I think that one gets to her a little, and she just says, yes, a fine heroic name, Snickerdoodle."
Oh, I should doubly be glad I'm not there. I would.
You put it in all the children's stories.
Actually, it's an extremely old word. It's a German word. It means snail noodle.
Do we have German here?
I mean, you have languages that are similar.
Damn it.
No, we have patience.
Take my my slight cough as in character as Agave Cheval tries not to cough.
Yes.
Quite.
And
then she's going to, she will politely excuse herself, but she will, at your doorstep, gesture for Leslok to come over.
Yes. People just go. People come along.
Yeah. Basically, she doesn't, do much more besides like darken your doorstep. But while holding the door, she just says kind of like, in a much like lower, less stern tone of voice, she does say to you, "And you, your lordship, I would advise." She kind of looks up and down the hallway, and basically, her like tone of voice gets a lot less formal, and she's just like, "Far be it from me to interfere with your romantic affairs, but a word of advice. Miss Rissy is used to getting her way of things, and you'll see that at Weirwind Keep, where she has everything in order. I would say you should be careful to not appear before your friends and family to be being pushed around by I don't remember if we have scare quotes or not, but, she does a scare quotes equivalent gesture of, like, a new woman."
You make a good point. I will.
She's very good at she's very skilled at administration for someone her age, and she's pretty good on a horse. But she is still a 5th princess, so there are some things in life that she doesn't know yet. We'll try not to And by the way, you don't actually know how broad she's painting when Agave Cheval says we. She says, "We'll try not to ruffle her lace any, and I'm sure the happy couple will stay that way." But she kind of gives you a knowing nod, like, All right. And remember, bright and early.
Of course.
All right.
Gosh,
closes the door and is on her way. Anybody in the crew have any conversation about that they want to have?
If anyone needs me, I'll be in bed.
Yeah.
Make sure you dress your wounds properly, both of you. I don't say that loudly. I say that so no one can overhear it.
I think I have to extrapolate from there.
Konrad
Because I believe Konrad
definitely
still has one
grumbles
killing, right?
and huh? Oh, I still
You
have
still
plenty
have
of
one
killing.
killing, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
I still have
okay.
plenty of killing. I have like.
Yeah.
He got stabbed a lot.
Yeah.
Many knife.
I was
Much
hoping
nice.
you'd get like to have a push every day, but I feel like we're just not doing that, so it's fine.
Well, you've been
Oh, he'll
traveling
fine.
today. Like, he needs, what is it, like 5 minutes
I
in
don't have
in
a
a
lab.
stop?
Yeah, I still have 6 killing on me.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't remember. You guys are bringing some things with you in your cart, but I distinctly
I don't have
remember
any healing
that.
potions left.
Yeah, but I also distinctly remember that Nicola said that he was not going to bring his entire lab kit with him.
Fair.
I think you put that
No,
back on
it's
the boat.
way too big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was having Olympia move it to the port city we're leaving at.
Yeah, so
Ahead of us.
it's being boat transited right now.
Boated.
So you probably have some materials with you in your bag, but you can't expect to unless you go shopping to be able to cast all of your alchemy spells all the time.
I definitely have I have the equivalent of no, not equivalent. I have the poultices that so I can do the healing check on each of them every day so they can naturally heal, but I don't have healing potions.
I mean, honestly, they've probably been resting most of today. You can go ahead and roll heal for both of them, see if you can convert down some more killing.
All right. Let's do this in alphabetical order. So Konrad first, right? I'm not dumb.
HIJKL, so yes.
I will.
And yes, I had to start with H, chat.
The expert. I will set the expert dice as a 6.
Right.
It doesn't matter. I got 2 10s and 3 7s anyway. So success.
Okay. God, it's been 2 weeks. I forget. Does that automatically?
And then it turns into
shock.
stun shock, which I heal overnight.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. So.
And then
I think it's just
on
1 point per roll.
Or
Yeah.
Logesh.
1 point per day.
Here we go. Damage healing. One attempt per day.
Basically,
That's
make
1
sure to
point.
repack these poultices. 6 again. 3 8s.
All right. Logesh, you can also convert one of your choice of killing to shock. And then can roll body plus vigor to remove it overnight.
Okay.
Do you get a
Actually, I
bonus?
think I might have something to do with that. Hold on, let me
Bonus,
check
yeah.
my.
2 3s.
All right, that means you heal.
Oh, it doesn't
for
matter
short
anyway.
damage.
Never mind, you heal it anyway. But I think I do. I just want to make sure because I think one of my masteries does something with that.
Yeah.
Like it gives you a bonus to vigor.
So those of you who rolled vigor can remove shock, wit and shock. But I think you guys are at the point where you're mostly killing damage now. So
Yeah.
all right. Yeah. If nobody has any other discussions they want to have in character in the evening, my only next point is that Inos, you do get an evening caller, but it is not a Gave Cheval.
I am shocked a little.
Yes, it is indeed the Crown Prince Alias.
Okay.
Oh, that's scary actually. Oh, what's gonna happen?
You know, he's kind of dressed down a little. Like he took off his like outer doublet or coat from dinner, so he's also just in shirt sleeves. He does not roll up or button down though. But just pops in and says, "Hopefully, I'm not disturbing you."
Inos, just flashes a grin. It's like, no, of course, come in. Could I offer you anything? Wait, I don't have anything to offer. Silly me.
I should think so. Also, I would be quite a terrible host if I expected you to offer me something. No, I just wanted to make sure that everything is all right here. As I said earlier, he kind of glances up and around at the room. We haven't used these apartments in centuries, I think.
Yes, the style's completely out of date, but it still reminds me of home. I haven't slept in such a chamber in, years, to be sure.
Well, then it is serving its purpose, at least. And glad for it. As I said, it hasn't been used besides much more than practice for the maid staff in centuries. I'm hoping that perhaps in the not-too-distant future it can serve as quarters for the advisor position, but we'll see. We have many such arrangements to make if the case. He kind of takes a second to ponder and is like, I suppose we'll have to remodel one of the bathing chambers to accommodate a mer ambassador.
Well,
unless they'd really prefer to sleep in one of the fish ponds.
That is an issue you definitely have to come speak with them. For my people, I'm pretty sure that we'd probably want to remake this shape into more modern styles, add more of the current decorations. Probably a few... Inos pauses the things on that. Amenities, I suppose. I'm not asking, won't ask to put a full forge down here, but something to while away the hours at when not doing other business.
He kind of nods. You can tell he's mentally taking notes.
It's like, it is my intention upon returning to Teine. It's Teine. Our island is Teine, right?
Teine.
Teine is your province,
Yes.
yes.
To Teine is to make sure that we get everything ready, I suppose. I'm actually quite surprised that this movement's being put forth, and quite strongly. I think we talked about that before. Also, but I think it may time out well with His Majesty's intent to summer in Logi lands. I do think I can arrange it to have the delegation of Iron Demons meet him there, and everyone can get well acquainted before being, packed off into ships and sent across the sea to lands unknown.
Well, that'll be most fortuitous.
It would. Unfortunately, I do not have the power to pick who or how many, but I said I have dropped a line with the Prince of Treachery already, so plans are probably being made already. Do not have to worry so much on that front.
Of course. I'm glad that such things can proceed smoothly, as they ought. Of course, not all things always move as they ought, but we all take simple steps.
One step at a time. It takes many bricks to build a castle, and you can't place them all down at once.
Indeed. I can't tell if it's somebody speaking Dallas's background or TV echoes. He got it. He muted. But yes, and then after that moment, he Alias kind of turns aside to you and speaks in a little less formal tone and says, "And one final thing. Not that I feel a need to impress upon you the nature of manners or anything, but I should say, for your own sake, do," kind of pauses, he thinks about word choice a little, makes some vague gestures with his hand and says, I don't want to say antagonize, but try not to be so cheeky with Lady Cheval on the trip, at least not all the time. We will be visiting her own relations, and I'm sure that the people there have their own, what should I say, their own image of everyone in their mind. The members of House Cheval are sometimes very rigid about their codes of honor and professionalism.
Inos will...
Go ahead.
Inos will... he won't interrupt the Crown Prince, but he will feign a theatric sigh.
Yeah.
But if the Crown Prince doesn't say anything else after that, he would just, it's like, oh, very well, taking away one of my few joys.
To that, he kind of chuckles a little and says, yes, I understand, we have known each other for several years, and my dear sister does speak quite highly of your, how should I phrase it, manners? You're quite polite when you feel like it behind closed doors, but I understand that, he kind of does a Enos encompassing gesture. I understand, as you say, this is one of your life's little pleasures, but I have known Agave Cheval for many years, since we were both children. Our parents are quite good friends. Honestly, at this point, I think she doesn't take too much personal bother with your jests and jibes either. She understands that you are merely kidding, and if you weren't, I'm afraid that no power of mine would have stopped her from rearranging the shape of your bones.
No, remember, there's definitely been a couple times when Agave has thought of stabbing Enos. I believe this has actually come up in roleplay.
Yeah. You would be shocked at how easy it is to set a clean break on a leg if a horse should step somewhere or a wagon wheel. Anyway, we're not here to talk about the idle hazing among military officers and squires. I'm just saying, we will be, in part, not just visiting the lands of my own people, but the lands of her people, and you may not realize this, not having spent too much time in the Grass Sea, but the current Duchess and her eldest daughter are quite liked by the populace. The Lancet House, indeed, is quite prodigious in their previous generation, and in addition to obviously being Duchess Cheval's husband is a second son. My own, the captain of mine own blood shields is also Agave's uncle. So she's popular. And as you illustrated tonight, there are some out there who will take others' popularity and use it against people. I think that's the best way to put it. He kind of strokes his chin as he's thinking about that one.
Enos nods. I do not worry. I will not. It's like, I would never do something so crass as to... Enos thinks about that. It's like... Sorry, I'm sorry. I just my brain just shut down. I've never had a thought in my life.
It's just like
It's all been there.
put on the starboard.
Yeah.
Please recharge your Enos.
Yeah.
Just thinking of the TV static sound.
So it's not like... It's like, do not worry. I would never dream of doing something that would make Agave Cheval seem lesser in the eyes of others. Or... impugn upon her honor and dignity what others may see. It's all like, for one, I think I wouldn't survive it.
Oh no, probably not, because I'm sure she would challenge you with horse and spear rather than saber. And then your good friend Moira Two Swords won't be able to help you at all.
No. But, Inos, jabs a finger. That's only in public. I reserve my right to needle and jab in private.
That is between you and her, and like I said, that's, I think she understands, but, be careful walking behind horses. He says it with a slight wry smile, so you know that he's also joking.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, still smiling, you may think I'm just kidding, but ask her what happened one time to a rather annoying squire from, I don't remember what house he was from.
Oh, he doesn't know. The prince doesn't know. He's just giving me ammunition to needle fucking agave cheval. Excellent.
But I shall not darken your doorstep anymore. We'll be seeing quite a bit of each other, and hopefully you can enjoy the sights. Get to see places other than the capital and your own Norlon.
I'm quite excited.
Like I said, you'll at least get to see a little bit of the grass, see?
Quite
He kind of pauses and kind of like casts his eyes down a little. Though, don't tell Agave I said this, but you'll often find that for the bulk of the territory, once you've seen one part of the Grass Sea, you've seen most of it. It is, unfortunately, quite like the ocean it gets its name from, but with grass and horses.
Your secret is safe with me, Your Highness.
That one, I think, actually, he gets a little more somber when he says that, and and when you say that, and he kind of, just very quietly says, "I should hope so."
Mm-hmm.
You get that brief moment where like Alias, the prince, the everybody's favorite guy, Alias, kind of slips away, and you see, Lord Cursor, the crown prince, the future high king, kind of come up for a second. And then he just kind of, rolls his shoulders and it's gone. And he's saying, all right. I shall see you anon.
Mm-hmm.
Does a little, bow of the shoulders and is on his way, if you have nothing else to say.
Oh, Inos I think will say one last thing. It's like, Your Highness, it may be like, we do not have the closest of relationships, but I would say, I would not take any meeting with you, especially in private, to be one that darkens my doorstep. It's like kind of hard when, like, it's like, so, God damn it!
It's okay, we're getting back in. We gotta shake out the rust.
That's it's like, it's somewhat hard to when you come from such a place of light. This is Inos not being able to actually find the proper words and being slightly awkward.
It's okay. You do still see a genuine smile kind of get in there. Not with his being. Sometimes, like I said, you're not super close friends, but you've spent enough time working with the Crown Prince to know there are times when his jovial nature is more not like forced, like he is actually like, making a genuine joke, but you can tell that he's putting an effort in to be like, all right, I'm in lighthearted mode and then I'm in serious mode. This is like very genuine smile. And he says, well, thank you for that. He kind of does a bit of a deep sigh and says, there are times when a visit from the future ruler of the nation to some does seem to be a darkening upon their doorstep. But I'm glad you do not take it as so, and hopefully neither does your associates. I fear that in the eventual years to come, there shall be many such meetings and speeches for all of us.
Inos
he kind of, pauses it, gets the serious tone back on his face, and it says, "Actually, before I do go, that I heard a little bit of it from father and uncle. That house, those, we should call them criminals for now, I think.
Mhm.
How did they seem to you? You, I think, have a very unique perspective on how we men see and act towards each other."
Inos,
Hey, by the way, Inos, where's the Calamitous Blade right now?
it's on his side. He is not letting go of it.
Okay, yeah.
It's like
Just
Inos.
wanted to make sure we're painting the picture of the scene.
Yeah, Inos pauses about that, and it's all like, they seem like people with plans. I'm not entirely sure what plans, but they do not seem like people who are content with what they have now and want more. It's very... Enos, again, kind of falls silent about it as he thinks about it.
It is an admirable thing to want more for yourself and for your fellow man, but he kind of, pauses for a second and considers his own hands and is like, one has to be going about acquiring those things in the right way.
And
if you take from others who have so little themselves, then what's the point?
Yes, it seems their means are more sinister, and I do not know how far those hands reach.
And yeah, I think he, at that point, opens the door and, kind of before going, it says, "Then, as you say, I shall have to be sure to shed some light where I go."
Indeed. Have a good evening.
Bids you good night and close the doors, yes. All right. Well, once again, unless anybody else has some late night meetings to take, dawn breaks.
Daytime.
Insert shattered glass sound. All right, guess what? It's time for my favorite role-playing type activities. First, fashion.
Horse riding.
So, how you don't have to detail every single possible combination of outfits, but I would like to take a second to discuss how you will be going about your business dressed. As you're not necessarily in a formal train. There's not marching trumpeteers every 5 feet in front of you and all that shit. Banners are flying, but it is an assembly with the crown prince. A certain amount of decorum should be observed, so there's some level of fashion quality you should think about. Obviously, riding boots and gloves are absolutely appropriate, if not downright necessary.
Yar.
Even if you're riding in a carriage. Everyone should probably have either a doublet, which is a double-breasted, vest, or a tailored riding coat over your normal shirt. Legwear could be breeches of any type. You could go for knee length. You could go all the way for ankle length and tuck them into your riding boots, whatever. But some sort of breechery. Wearing swords is not only permissible, but is actually encouraged. You guys are going to be riding on horseback or sitting on carriage, going up and down the roads of Crown. It is one of the virtues of your station that you can do so armed. Those of you who are actually riding outside, the carriage, either if you're riding on, the backboards, the front board, or riding a horse, hats are encouraged.
Mm-hmm.
It's fashionable. You can wear the bicorn, which can be worn either front ways or sideways. The top hat is a quite new fashion item at this time, but this would be the period where top hats are starting to be a thing.
Cool.
Or you could wear a peaked but flat-topped kind of cavalry officer's hat. For Inos and anyone else curious about it, veils are permissible while riding.
Excellent.
There's also for protective items, a breastplate, a cuirass will be acceptable of any variety. So I don't actually think any of you owns like a full set of full plate mail.
No, I don't.
I believe
No.
Logesh is like cobbled together of a
No.
couple different metal armor pieces.
I think he should get
Yeah.
more, but it's just...
I do also have metal armor, I should point out, but only in 2 places.
Yeah, that should all be fine. Like, not to say that like if you did actually own full plate, it would not be like formal. It's just one of those things that's like you're going to be riding all day in the the foothills on the roads. You don't want to go fully. You don't go full kit because it's fucking heavy. You're going to hate yourself. Your horse is going to hate you. The 4 guys who are going to have to get you out of armor are going to hate you. So breastplate. If you want to replace riding gloves and boots with like metal boots and greaves, that's acceptable. In addition to wearing proper helmets, you can also possibly wear a light rider's toque. Let me spell that for you guys so you can look it up later. But basically, mechanically, this would be equivalent to the wooden helm. But basically, it looks a lot like a modern like horseback riding hat or helmet. It's just made with like hardened leather and like stitched over wood. So just a little bit of head protection, if you so desire. Ladies will be wearing probably similarly tailored coats and long tails. The wearing fashionable will be skirts, though they are split for astride riding. Various hats and so on and so forth. In case of the possibility of inclement weather, because it is spring, you are in in or near the rainy season. You could try a overcoat over your riding coat of either canvas, specifically sailcloth, or treated leather in a mantled overcoat, or a mantled cloak, possibly with hood, either of heavy wool or waxed cotton. Properly treated and thick enough wool is decently absorbent enough that you can wear it without getting like soaked through.
Okay.
Okay.
So you got a few options as well. And just to if you want to bling yourselves out, you got a few things you can do. All of you are permitted to wear various fur trim that might be a little warm for spring. I say this as they are all gentlemen. The PCs are permitted to wear any collection of enameled buttons, pins, or cufflinks, rosettes of any knightly orders. The coat of arms and livery for House Logi should be displayed. So that's the sigil of the flaming sword. Your colors are tan, kind of that orange-brown color, and sendri, which is ash or steel gray. A little bit of silver argent. You can wear them as badges, embroidery, just braided colored threads. You can add a little bit of extra ornamentation to your outer jackets of like silk, satin, or damask flourish. Gold, silver, brass, copper trim, silver being very on point for House Logi. Konrad and Leslok being from a high house directly and being ranking lords can accentuate this with pearl embroidery, mother of pearl embroidery in some places. Scarves and kerchiefs of any style are a permissible accessory.
Yeah.
So Leslok's good there. And if you guys want some examples, I will probably list them out for the sake of the recording just to help everybody visualize. But I have also written out what your major traveling companions' outfits will look like as well.
Okay. I got mine down.
What are you thinking? Talk to me.
So Nicola will probably be wearing a simple... what's a neutral color for base color? Because silver doesn't
kind
really
of
work with...
a buff or khaki color is pretty neutral. Most browns, I think, are neutral colors.
More bright than that. I'm just trying to not take a house-affiliated color.
Real quick, would I be able to scrounge up an arquebus from somewhere? Do we have did we bring extras?
Arquebus?
Arquebus, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, if you want an arquebus or carbine, there would probably be spares in your train, or you could have requested a spare.
Yeah.
You have a couple in your armory.
Is purple associated with any of the houses?
Yes. Purple shades are House Cheval.
Okay, probably not doing that then.
Let's see here.
Probably a deeper blue then. just kind of like an icy storm grayish blue.
I believe we
the-
discussed this before. I think there are some neutral blue colors.
Yeah, for the color of my the cloth parts of my riding doublets, upon which I will have 2 pauldrons of iron with silver inlay. Very small. Basically similar to how modern soldiers like shoulder adornments would work. A similar function to that. Not actually functional armor, just decorative.
Yeah, epaulets, which are actually in the
epaulets.
Usually the more decorative style would be like gold and brass than your color scheme, but that would actually be an accessory that would be permissible in this time period. That would be
but also
kind of
silver though, because that's our house shit. I will be wearing a riding skirt of a more greenish sea green blue. And I will be finishing off with a set of steel pauldrons and 1 steel gauntlet. In addition, my oh god, why can't I fucking remember? My prosthetic. There we go. Instead of the usual dainty ivory, is a much more not mechanical as in like it's not mechanized, but just it's a functional piece as opposed to a pretty piece.
Right.
And I'm going to finish it out with a short riding cloak coming down to about my waist on the back. I'll have that be also a grayish silver. So I've unintentionally sported the colors of my sports team, Go Lions. It was actually not on purpose at all. It's just you made our house color silver.
Orange and silver.
And silver just goes with blue.
Which, to be fair, I believe was decided by these guys in the session 0. Because I was like, I'm going to require you contractually to pick some colors. So
But yeah, pretty simple overall. Nothing super fancy. No buttons or adornments, but definitely function over form for Nicola.
Does anyone have the link to the Noblesse Oblige document? I recently cleaned out my history, so it is not at my it's not at my fingertips when I type.
If anyone wants to know what I'm basing this off of, just with
like
a lot of filigree. This.
Fire Emblem.
Oh, Eric.
Yeah, just a lot less filigree. Because God, sometimes do they go crazy.
Oh, arquebus, not arbicus, you fool.
Is arquebus. As it busts on all those hoes.
No.
That's what it does, though.
I hate you.
You can hate me, but I'm right.
Oh man.
All right, Inos will be wearing riding boots and glove, doublet, ankle length breeches, front to back bicorn because of horns. Veil, Cellular's overcoat with a arquebus slung over his shoulder, his chains around his waist, and his calamitous blade at his side. These will all be basically in mute to dark colors with no particular ornamentation, although he is sporting a few pieces of visible jewelry, such as a necklace or earrings.
Yes. Anybody else got their general fashion vibes? Or you want me to talk through, like I said, some of your traveling companions?
I'm still figuring out 1 or 2 things, so if you want to.
No, I think Logesh is not being very fanciful. He's looking practical.
Right, mostly clamping your armor on.
Oh,
What are you gonna pick a cloak or a coat over in case it rains? You're just gonna let rain fall on your armor?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I will have at least a riding coat on just in case with a hood.
Okay. And if you want to free it up, like I said, you could go for a simple like mantled cloak.
Yes.
Inos' ensemble's built a lot of stuff that it probably would not be. He would probably be caretaking with him in general. So.
Yeah. So the prince is, despite his station as number 2 guy in this country, he's dressing fairly modestly. He's wearing obviously some of it is like still fairly showy but subtle, because he's wearing a white riding coat with blood red trim, extra gold thread, and he's got a handful of extra, ribbons and rosettes for the blood shields and the couriers he's in charge of. He's going also for front to back bicorn. It does have a pair of laurels embroidered on it. So it's not like a circlet or crown or anything or a coronet, but it is a extra fancy hat. He is wearing a cuirass, which does have a dragon embossed on it for protection. And is wearing his sword. He's got a side sword in there, and obviously boots, gloves, etc. And for overcoat, he's got a officer style cloak with some extra mantling, which is again blood red with gold trim. So obviously like very notable, very very cool, but not like completely blinged out either. Though, like I said, the white riding coat with blood red trim is pretty splashy. Just because you're like, man, that guy's clean. Agave Cheval is kind of similarly level of decoration. She's wearing, a riding coat that's kind of a more masculine than feminine cut, but it's a dark mulberry or wine color, kind of that purpley red. She has ribbons of purple and copper to denote House Cheval. She's got her, coat of arms for her house and the Knights of the Gridarvol on it, extra embroidery. She's not carrying a cuirass or any armor, but she does have the, equestrian riding helm on. She is, also wearing her saber at her side. But her, cloak is a lot more plain. It's a simple, like I said, like a buff or khaki color with a little bit of fur trim. And she has her lance and carbine on her saddle, not slung.
I should also point out Nicola is unarmed except for if you look closely, you can tell that his gauntlet is spiked.
Okay. Nerissa is kind of cutting a figure between, pragmatism of the other two, but the ornamentation you would expect from her rank. She's got a, again, much more feminine tailored long riding coat. Hers is blood red with white trim, but she is skipping the skirt for padded breeches with extra pearl embroidery, nice, shiny, clean boots. She is adorned with a livery and badges, ribbons and rosettes for the dragon dancers in Weirwind Keep. She's wearing a little sunflower brooch and does usually try to keep the dragon pin in her hair, though obviously depending on what kind of hat she's, riding cap she's wearing with it, it's not always possible. And her riding cloak is, again, blood red, gold trim, but it's got a hood rather than a mantle. She's not carrying a sword at her hip, but she has a dagger in her back belt and also, slings a spear on her saddle. And Capus Verity, who's also coming with you, is, I have to say, I don't know how fashionable any of you would have expected him to be, but he has a interesting
either
ensemble
extremely or not at all.
Despite being the son of a duke, he is probably on the lower end of what you would say is acceptable fashion. He is usually wearing a canvas sailcloth riding coat, big coat. He's got his wool scarf. He has it's not like a helmet, but he's got a riding cap of duck cloth, which is a kind of waxed cotton. So it's got like a little bit of a peaked brim, and it's got like the ear flaps coming down. All very rural, very practical. He's got, breeches with leather knee pads. He does have a bright red, not a blood red, but a scarlet doublet with intricate golden yellow embroidery, which does have the Verity badge worked in the breast. He doesn't have any extra ribbons or badges, though there is a little pin for the Astrologer's Observer in his collar. He does have on his right hip holstered his pepper box, and does have a leather travel satchel, which kind of sits on his left side. He's not carrying any sort of a blade. So he's, out there. Definitely, I think at some point when he's like all kitted out, he gets like an aside comment from probably either the Prince or Agave Cheval, where he brings up that like, what? Sorry, caught my throat for a second. He says, well, you might not expect this, but despite being heir to a high house, neither myself nor father have much call to go riding in the hills. Most of our formal wear is better suited for religious purposes, so I make do with practical ends. Kind of straightens out his coat. So yeah, Konrad, what's your fashion statement like?
Let's see. I'm thinking he's dressed fairly normally. He probably has maybe a darker gray doublet on, with a kind of like a rope that goes down over his shoulder, like under his arm, and then attaches again at the shoulder with the house colors. Probably has like the big badge on his other side for House Logi. Hat, he has one of the hats that's like just folded up on one side, probably with a feather. Let's see. Breeches probably go down to about knee length, where his riding boots would be. He has riding gloves. He's not wearing any armor. He does have his greatsword in a sheath on the saddle, and has a orichalcum rapier at his hip.
Mm-hmm.
For cloak, he probably has kind of a short riding cloak, one that can either be kind of tossed over to one shoulder or like pulled over to cover both shoulders.
Right.
And I think that's about it.
CX typing, so I see he's working at his business.
I wrote it out. I just wanted to wait till everyone was done.
Okay. So I was just saying, all right.
I feel like I have to at least match somewhat, though I was blanking a bit most of it, so I just tried to put it together.
No, I think it's in there. Yeah. Make sure to have your doublet with all your various pins and rosettes. I like the making sure to do the dark orange interior to the cloak. It's good. It's a good note. I also like that somehow you guys are all out here with like a wide variety of sidearms basically holstered. Like Inos is wearing his chains, but also has the calamitous blade, which is like I mentioned before, like a South Milieu style like hunting sword. Like a one-handed but still decently long double-edged blade.
Mm-hmm.
Konrad's got his greatsword on his saddle, but he's also wearing the rapier.
Honestly, for me, it's for Leslok at least. It's heirlooms of it. Typically, it's his namesake stuff right now.
Yeah, no, but yeah, you've got a literal millennial blade with you, an ancient relic of your house, which is a like leaf patterned longsword. Well, actually, it's technically it's a actual flamberge. It's got the fire pattern, but the wave. But you know what I mean. It's probably a little bit leaf bladed. And I think Logesh is carrying. Actually, it's a good question. Are you wearing your normal rapier, or are you going for the longsword? I noticed you say you have longsword in your kit.
Yeah,
but you've also fenced before, so.
While I have fenced before, it would only be for like actual fencing, so I wouldn't have a rapier on me. No, it's just longsword and my Oblige.
Yeah, so you've got your polearm is either back slung or like hooked to your saddle, and yeah, you have a modern style, hand and a half blade at your hip. So we're all having fun.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I have a fist.
Yeah. I mean, you could take one of your daggers and stick it in your belt. That would not be crazy.
No, I have them worn across my chest always.
Ah.
I guess
You're rigged.
it's just because it's just
Is it a bandolier still, even if it's not?
I think so. I don't actually know the etymology of bandolier.
Like, I'm trying to... The thing you wear across the chest that holds knives. That thing.
Yeah, that's a bandolier.
Yeah, bandolier.
What is the anime? Shit, not... See, this is the problem I have. Someone says, like, what is that? I'm like, shit, what is that?
We are all terrible about that. Where like somebody will be like, "Oh, we got like a thing," because we're
it's
doing
French.
a historic fantasy.
Spanish. Yeah, Spanish French. Late 16th century. From bandolera, banda sash. Or from the Catalan bandolera, from bandolier, bandits. So yeah, French Spanish origins, but
Well, and
sash.
especially because, like we said before, you sashes would be acceptable, and we are at a point with like pike and shot where paper cartridges for like muskets and rifles and carbines are a thing. So like there are guys who just are going out with just like rows of their shot and powder strapped to their chest.
Yeah.
that's what
Except I can't really use guns because how the f do I reload?
Well, technically,
Very carefully.
if I give you a pepper box of 8 shots, you could probably manage for those 8 shots.
I mean, the problem is then when he runs out of shots, because Nicola is not the type of person to be like, yes, manservant, reload this for me.
Yeah,
Where's my caddy?
Also, why use gun when have grenade?
Bring me my elephant
More
gun.
boom.
Or my favorite, Umbubu, fetch me my Shoggoth gun.
Right, the one that has these shells the size of your arm. Literal elephant gun.
Luckily, you guys don't have to deal with Oliphants, so you guys don't need to invent the elephant gun, right?
Yet.
I mean, we have yet to
Right.
fight. We have to deal with any of the giant monstrum, but
Actually, I don't know if ever people in Troikron's first idea for like fighting a really huge monster would be, what if we invent a really big gun for one man?
what if we make a bigger bullet?
I think that's a good chance of people in time thinking that way. What if we made a big gun?
It's like, what if we make a gun that's like one man could hold the whole thing and shoot it? It would have to set up a whole cannon crew.
Thinking of the puckle gun, which is basically just like a pepper box but rifle sized. Very ludicrous.
I like the idea.
Well, all I'll say is that they figure out a way to do it in Monster Hunter. That we can figure out a way to do it here if we need to.
It's true. You can figure out a wide variety of things.
If we ever get to the Fogville, we might start inventing new ways to kill monstrum faster.
Just forget faster, just more successfully. I don't think any of you guys really want to like do the way that
Surefire ways of killing.
The way that House Vilter used to do hunting monstrous boars, which was they had a bunch of guys painted up in runes with boar spears, actually go mano-a-mano. Because it's easier and sneakier to just go, stripped to your shirtwaist and covered in magical runes than to actually get out there with a set of
And
armor.
just get behind it and just stab it through
Listen,
the neck.
if the boar spear doesn't kill it, then you climb a tree.
Then attach a gun to the boar spear and fire as well.
Well, that's how boar hunting actually was done a lot. You would just get your boar spear and just set it so that the boar would impale itself. You just had to
hold it in place for a bit.
And
yeah.
ideally, you just
Yeah, brace.
the plan for hunting wild boars is boar stabs itself. You don't get stabbed. Wait for boar to bleed to death.
Yes.
That's why you like harass and harry them with dogs and stuff, because it's truly it is an endurance hunt as opposed to like just shotgunning quail.
I now understand how boars are the basis for a lot of mythical creatures.
Yeah,
just being how
no.
endurance
A
they
boar
are.
hunt goes wrong, you were fucking gored.
Wild
always
pigs and
difficult.
boars are ornery animals, and they are armed with tusks and teeth.
And they're mean.
Yeah, just
Like as scary as elephants are generally, if you don't piss them off, you're fine. Same thing kind of with bears. Wild boars really just attack you.
I kind of put boars and hippos as like real life mythical creatures sometimes.
Hippos are.
I literally was watching a random
fucking
compilation of
peppers
internet
today.
videos where a hippo just decided it really didn't like an outboard motor, so it speed swam up to this motorboat, and just bit the outboard until it died, and then went away. And I was just like, and that's how you know that demons are real and they're hippopotamus.
Let me bring up
Truly a demonic creature.
A Mandalore quote, which is, I believe hippos is a real life animal that has phases, like a boss
Yes,
fight.
no, I believe.
No.
I too believe that if there was any real life animal that had phases, it is a hippo.
Three animals.
Yeah, because you
Three
never
animals
encountered
that
any creature that was pissed off at a motor and attacked it.
No, 3 animals.
Also,
dinosaurs.
moose, boar, and hippos.
Okay, guys. I know we're enjoying
Yeah.
this conversation, but
We don't need to go
Yeah.
into hunting right now,
Yeah,
unless
sorry.
you guys are planning on hunting on this trip, which I don't think you are.
I don't think we are.
Maybe when we
Cool.
get
It's
to
time for
forest.
my next favorite, which is let's figure out how well you get along with your horses. Those of you who are borrowing horses, I would like you to roll either coordinate plus ride or command plus animal handling or animal
Does
training
that
or whichever
count
your
even if
version
I
of
bought
that
the
skill
horse?
is.
Wait, my coordination is 4, right?
You're probably
no,
all
it's
right.
3.
No, I still want to roll it because I did invest in animal handling, and this is also the first time I am riding. Well, second time I'm riding Snickerdoodle.
Safe!
This is the reason I bought some points in ride, but I have enough to feel comfortable like doing a long term of a horse, but enough if I had to
That
ride
1
a
point
horse
of
to
right
get away.
saved me.
Yes.
He is a large white thoroughbred.
You have the same pool I do. Mine's 2 and 2.
Mine's
Yeah, I
3 and
still
1.
think better.
Yes!
All right.
But you just 4. Yours 4 rock coordination, don't you?
No. I have 3 coordination.
No,
No,
but
I
I
was
think
saying for
he's talking
Logesh.
about Loth also did it with 8s. All right, Conrad's good, 9s.
Yeah, 3 coordination, 1 ride, let's go!
Let's go.
Okay, also 1 ride. We're chilling.
Hey!
Mine is,
We
Everybody did
learned
all
that
right.
lesson from the
Mine is
riding
animal
competition
taming,
all those
so-
years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the difference, though. My command is 1. My animal handling is 4.
There's a lot of us riding.
I chose not to.
I
just
think
because
most of
I
you decided
didn't wanna.
to be able to ride.
Also, because I didn't feel like
Also,
wearing
did
full
I
riding
get
gear.
9s and 8s in 5? What the hell?
Yeah,
really-
crazy good rolls.
I'm still wearing like riding revolution, like riding. I'm still wearing boots and gloves that are like okay for riding, but I
I
didn't
think
wear
this
anything
means
really else.
Snickerdoodle likes me.
So you are going to stick to the carriage, though?
Yes.
That's fine.
I don't think anyone else is gonna be in here though. It depends. So.
I mean, I thought
Well, you've got
Dallas-
your young
Dallas
ladies.
was also-
Huron's traveling with you as well. Yeah, you'd have to secure him a horse. Probably he'd still ride inside.
I feel like because I'm using animal handling, my technique is technically awful.
No. This is absolutely a roll to see if your horse, borrowed or otherwise, likes you and appreciates you, and you are
Yes.
handling correctly. So yes, I don't know what your amount of points in the ride skill are, Nicola. So yes, your
one of
riding form is
those-
probably bad, but
I have 3 coordination.
you are even after just a few days, you are sufficiently well trained to handle your animal that the horse Snickerdoodle does not buck you off or fight you or anything. Conrad, in a very similar way, you are quite used to handling animals. You literally have 2 animal companions with you, so you know how to get the horse to listen to basic commands. Even though I assume you do also have at least a point in ride.
Yeah, I have points of red.
Yeah, so your form is not terrible.
A whole lot, but yeah.
Enos and Logesh, you are just all right, okay. Foot stirrup 1, foot stirrup 2, take reins. Got it. Horse, go. And the horse is all right, I believe you. I believe you know what you're doing.
Lead the way, horse.
The horse is gives you the horse equivalent of got it.
Trust in the horse.
I mean, honestly, trained riding or war horses are like that, where it's as much the horse understands where to go on its own without input as the horse also knows to listen to your commands. But yes, I do have a couple of notes. The prince also has a calm white horse he's had for a few years. Agave is wearing a dun-colored horse with kind of a warm temperament, so it's a little feisty, but she's friendly with all horses. Nerissa, actually, I think I've mentioned this before, but she's actually got 3 points in Animal Companion. She has a very close bond with her horse, a stout gray horse named Ulysses, who's, she has very good control and relationship with, she makes sure to brush and make sure all his gear is maintained all the time. And so, you ride on the road. You have breakfast. It's probably a light, not super filling breakfast. Since you guys are all traveling by, a carriage and horseback, you're looking at probably most of your morning. It's normally about a full day's or half day's march on foot from the chateau to Weirwind Keep, but horseback, it'll take you a couple hours less. So you'll probably arrive before luncheon. And that means that you guys are not going to be, like I said, slam jamming, heavy meals, like, probably some poached or fried eggs, toasted bread, maybe some sweet scones with some buttery stuff or some sweet jams, some jimmies. And obviously, it's a cool, lightly fogged spring morning. No rain today, but the fog clings a little until the sun gets well over the yard arm, and the breeze is probably cool, so you may wish to bundle up. But that probably means hot drinks.
Cool.
To start your day.
Wonderful.
Give me that red leaf.
Yeah. And again, if you guys want to have any conversations on the road, go for it. Otherwise, you just have a pleasant, country ride. You're seen off by, probably a couple dozen, knights, equestrians, staffers, from the palace as you go. We're not quite so, hip hip hurrah or anything, but the prince is decently popular with the people. He's well known. Mm-hmm. So, there's waving of kerchiefs and etc.
Mm-hmm.
But you just imagine, the clip clop, the
I'm about to say, do we got people with coconuts following us?
No, you actually, unlike Monty Python, you actually have horses.
I was very tempted to start singing. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, if Nicola wants to sing in the hills, go for it. But
no, not yet.
For the carriage, you have the regular clop clop, but also the rotation of the wheels. Once you get outside of the chateau, they are still they are well maintained. They are flattened, but they are dirt roads. We haven't invented asphalt, so
dirt and gravel, baby.
Yeah, it's dirt and gravel. Paved brick or cobblestone roads are basically only in cities where you get so much foot traffic that a gravel or dirt road will be worn down. But yeah, you have a pleasant ride throughout the Tarnasol Plains, named after the sunflower that is the sigil of House Antrim, supporters of the Crown House. Honestly, it's early spring, lots of fields being tilled to be seeded for grain, or lots of wildflower fields, open meadows, handfuls of wild grains and the like. You probably see a few, like I said, spring vegetable patches. As you start to get more north towards the edge of the plains, you start to see, handfuls of fruit orchards and, full bloom, getting ready for the fruit-bearing season. And it's all just, a pleasant time. I imagine that the carriage with the Marquess is kind of in the center, along with the Crown Prince. You have your wagon train and your lamplighters kind of form the rear. The 10 or so blood shield riders are kind of forming the front echelon, and so the rest of you can be kind of scattered around the middle area as you do. Yeah, so you just clop clop along.
Clip clop, hippity hop.
Pleasant spring sunshine starts to filter down. It's kind of a contrast to early spring in Teine is definitely leans a little bit more on still having that fog, especially when you've got, cool mountain air getting involved.
Daily instead of FGO.
Yep. But so, you guys, pass all these areas, and as you get closer to Weirwind Keep, you do see several stone quarries worked out or being worked on still. Good sources of stone in the foothills. But eventually you can start to see the actual shape of the castle. I'm debating. Probably just sense plus sight. Well, you guys are distant. Unless you have a skill you think would be better for assessing castlery.
I do.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You have engineering.
I do as well.
Okay.
So you're a student of engineering as well?
The actual meeting of the competition inspired me. It's like, I should actually think about this stuff.
Yeah, he's thinking. All right, 4s.
8s.
8s, okay. 10s.
10.
Three matches.
I mean, 5 of that is from knowledge.
He's very big brain.
Yeah, spoiler, I have knowledge 5 now.
His brain large.
I only have it 4, but that's fine. I'm just gonna get 6 in certain skills and just max out from there.
I mean, I got one. I have 1 in other stats. I'm very aware of my strengths.
Yep. Anybody else want to roll? Are you good?
I'm good.
All right.
I'm good.
So, you guys can spot from a distance. The layout of the keep is kind of unusual. The height of the walls is lower than is fashionable, possibly even for the time period when this castle keep was built, which was the very early days of the kingdom. But they are reinforced with stone. They've got a raised berm of earth, going around, kind of raising them up. And they're, a little thicker, a little broader with a sloping exterior. The towers, holding down the major corners are big open spaces, holding, displays of either ballistae or cannons. But as you come up to, the main gates, which are, opened, you see that the fort is kind of a pit fort. The actual ground level of the interior courtyard is lower than the ground level outside. Even before, like I said, walls are built up in berms. Down several levels. There are even patches which go down to the bedrock. But it's filled in with soft soil and sand in most places. There is even a small pond of natural spring water.
Rad.
Cool. So it's a very unique design for fortress. And as you guys are kind of, riding in through the main portcullis, Nerissa, speaks up a little to say everybody as you're kind of transitioning down, and it's been like, yes, the Weirwind Keep is very uniquely designed. The original constructions were just a simple shelter, but the design eventually became for the housing and stabling, I should say, and launching of dragon riders with cavalry drakes. she gestures out to the courtyard. The sands keep the heat well, which is ideal for hatching season in spring and summer. And the lack of greenery and the stone walls mean that the fort itself was very resistant to dragonfire. As you guys are kind of like stopping at the outermost stables to get out of the courtyard, she makes sure to point out along some of the inner walls. There are some spaces where kind of side caverns could have been built, and you see like maybe the remnants of larger structures. He says, along the inner walls here, there used to be dragon stables called weirs. That's where it gets its name. They've been rebuilt now, but the large space is perfect for a parade and training ground. There are still caves and tunnels below the house, crypts for dragon knights, honored bones. We'll be able to visit the ossuary in some level, but there's also the chapel and reliquary of Saint Helena, the last dragon slayer, and the Vault of Scrolls. But first, we'll meet the steward of the keep and make sure we'll check in with everyone. Assuming that suits you, my prince. And she just kind of like, Prince Ailey just nods and says, of course, it'll be perfectly fine, Nerissa. This is your castle after all. And she's like, all right, very good. A couple of, porters and men-at-arms wordlessly come up and start, unloading everybody's luggage and making sure everybody's out. All right, your items will be secured in the guest quarters. Let us go to the main hall. And so you go to the main hall.
Main hall.
I will probably leave my my pauldrons with the horse. Give him to.
Yes, you probably would hand off your like riding type cloaks and stuff. Overcoats. Yeah. Either with your luggage or a coat rack or something.
My hat also.
Yes. You take off your hats indoors. Either carry them with you or hand them off to servants, etc. So, here you are introduced to another couple of people. The first person you meet is, as I mentioned before, the Castellan, the steward of the keep. And let me start adding names to the thing.
Names.
This, I think this would go here in this setup. You are introduced to Myrte Demiroy, a commander of the Dragon Dancers, steward of the castle. Also, on her mother's side, this is Nerissa's aunt. So, pleasant family greetings. She exchanges, a warm hug, kiss on the cheek with Nerissa. You're a Marquess, so she's not going to go in for a hug, but, warm, curtsy to you, your lordship, oh, so good to meet you, etc.
Good to meet you too, etc., etc., etc. Yeah.
Pleasantries.
And
Cousin!
they
No.
have a brief conversation about just Nerissa makes sure to make sure that Myrte and the rest of the staff know like how many guests, etc. Catches you guys on the side and is like asks do you all want to convene for dinner tonight? Do you want a big fancy dinner, or is it a more broken up affair? I don't know how you guys feel.
I will take the prince's lead on everything.
It's funny because the prince is probably looking at you guys like, what's your move?
Oh, come on. The prince knows better than to expect me to make a decision.
Yeah, he's not looking at you. He's looking to your party.
Fair enough.
Inos will pop up with will pop up to Leslok and say like, we have been out all day. Maybe a more simple Maybe a more simple affair, breaking it up, and maybe we can have a nice big dinner on the morrow.
Make a good point. Omega.
Yeah.
How long was the travel again? Just to make sure.
Let's see. I said it's about half a day by walking, mostly horseback, so it was shorter. So if you left like bright and early, probably it's still before noon. Like it was probably like a 4 or 5-ish hour ride.
Yeah, we haven't had lunch yet, so.
Yeah.
Oh, so then it'd probably be a good time to actually have a lunch.
Well, yes, but we're planning for dinner.
Yeah.
Right.
So yes, formal dinner later is fine. So
words were escaping me.
Then Myrte is kind of just like, all right, well, there is some correspondence waiting in your in the lady's office, and Nurse just kind of nods and is like, of course. I'll have to go to the study. Do make sure to take some time for yourselves. I will be making my rounds, I'm sure, after luncheon. Myrte just kind of nods. Nerissa kind of turns to the rest and says, very well, then feel free to have your look around if you'd like. As I said before, there's no castle town directly here, but there are a few market towns within a few hours' ride. But most of what we have to offer is to examine either the reliquary or the scroll vault, as they say. I can show you the ossuary, but obviously the innermost areas are reserved for only members of the household. But there are a few things we can show. She kind of nods over to Leslok and then back to Myrte, and says, but a luncheon, I think, first. Myrte kind of curtsies again and says, very well, your ladyship. In that case, if they wish to see our unique history, then perhaps they'll want to speak with Bonesmith Baines. Kind of nods and says, aye, of course. As an aside, Nerissa kind of says to you, Master Berwyn Baines is the, well, it's not really a guild position, so I guess you'd call him the head scrivener, but he helps maintain the castle's stockpile of dragonbone weapons and armor. It's a quite specific art that has been lost in many cases.
I think at least my
I'm
brother
sure
would
some
be
of you will
interested to
be
see it.
interested in speaking with, yes. But also, Myrte says, your ladyship, we also do have a couple of guests, and Nerissa's actually kind of like, oh, truly, interesting. Who has come to call? I shall have to say hello. She says, first, in accordance with the regular sanctifying of the reliquary and making sure it's maintaining, the revered Iceland Ecclesia has called. She's a priest, and she's got a Sir Beric with her. Which kind of just says, interesting time to call for it, but not unexpected. The reliquary does store various religious texts and items. And also, where is that guy's note? Yeah. And also a gentleman scholar calling himself one Mr. Cato de Acuna has come. He is a magister of the Alchemical College. He's apparently here to cross-reference some items in our archives. All of his travel papers and letters of recommendation are correct. Nerissa just kind of, nods along. Very well, I shall have to make sure to say hello. Then she kind of, turns back to the rest of you, clasps her hands, and says, "Very well then. Early luncheon?"
That'd be nice, actually.
All right. Then I shall have to excuse myself to the study for a few hours at least. All right. We're all shuffled off. How's everybody's student of religion?
I have
Bill.
No.
I have 1
It's
point.
1, but I have it.
I'll turn to I can't think of her fucking name all of a sudden.
Aurelia?
Nerissa?
Aurelia, thank you.
Yes, Aurelia's got some. Well, I asked this because you guys are, all sit down together for a nice luncheon. So, Sister Iceland Ecclesia is short stature, but thin, auburn hair in a bun, brown-green eyes. She's got reading spectacles on a chain. She is wearing the normal kind of like high-collared, long, cloak or tunic, the cassock of a priest. But those of you who actually have points in religion would notice that the piping, the kind of framing on her cassock is silver thread. This is a marker of a member of the Inquisitorius.
Okay. You will
She
notice.
also possesses a rosary of the Inquisitorius as well, which is normally it's a 7-pointed star, but it's got a little eye in it.
Inos doesn't know anything.
Nicola definitely is tense during lunch.
I gotta roll some stuff for some guys.
I want to make sure to sit close to Inos.
Leslok will just try to look confident in himself.
And then... as planned. So at luncheon, as I said, as introductions are given. Oh, and I should actually include Mr. Katati Akunar's description as well. He is a tall, gaunt kind of scholar. Looks like his natural skin tone is more, normally darker to be in line with Celticy, but he has that kind of like slightly waxen pallor that you get from spending much too much time in libraries and laboratories and crypts and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably wearing like a very simple, rough spun, tunic or cloak with very minimal, extra embroidery, but does wear whatever kind of like, probably like mantle or cap or like sash that indicates that he is, a ranked member of the Alchemical College. But as I said, Inquisitor Iceland does not really seem to pay Inos any mind. Her associate, Sir Beric, does kind of like start a little when he first sees Inos, and kind of like take a second to compose himself. But nothing immediately comes of it. But you do have lunch if there's anything you'd like to speak to anybody about.
Are we having lunch with, I'm assuming with Nerissa, correct?
Yes.
Inos will bring up that he is interested in seeing the archives or whatever records this place may hold. He is curious about, the history of, dragons and whatnot, and wonder if it would be permissible for him to peruse them later.
She just kind of nods and says, "Ah, yes. The scroll vault, as we call it, is accessible to the public, which is perfectly fine. You can also observe the as reliquary.
Okay. The reliquary.
Assuming that will not bother your work any, revered sister." And Miss Iceland, tucks up her reading spectacles and says, Oh, no, not at all. Pleasant smile. We're just making sure that,
Can I vibe check?
yeah, you can roll empathy.
I want to specifically. Would it be scrutinized if I'm specifically trying to see if she's looking at a specific person?
Maybe, but, spoiler, she's not, so don't, if you want to understand what her
Okay.
deal is, roll empathy.
Fair enough.
You might roll scrutinize to look for something, like, keep an eye out for something physical like that, and it might even be sight. Scrutinize is usually for, like, investigation type stuff. But yes, like I said, she's got reading spectacles on a chain and kind of adjusts them and says, "Oh, no bother at all. It's
Hey,
just a simple thing we're doing."
man, 2 points in empathy does a lot.
It is the time to keep up with making sure the reliquary and chapel are properly maintained and sanctified, which I'm sure they are, your ladyship. But we must all cross our I's and dot our cross our T's and dot our I's.
I want to say cross
Actually,
her
it's probably
eyes.
funnier if
Whoa.
she says it the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. As far as you can tell from reading her, Revered Iceland seems normal. I don't know if Nicola has an impression of Inquisitors, but she doesn't seem to match with what a lot of people's thoughts would be.
Nicola is overall fine with Inquisitors. Nicola is not fine with Inquisitors near his sister.
I mean, it would be, I don't know if Nicola needs to start, putting in his cravings or problems, paranoia. But it would be a hell of a thing, and if an Inquisitor was arranged to be here ahead of you, considering that their organization is headquartered miles away on a different sub island. But no, she's thin, bookish, also has kind of that pallor to her rosy cheeks that she spends a lot of time. She's just minding her own business. She doesn't introduce herself as an Inquisitor. But no, she does seem to be carrying herself fairly genuinely.
Okay. And then Nicola will relax.
Well, and it's possible, but this is me commenting on what X typed. But remember, Narissa said that she's probably going to, for the rest of his day, withdraw to the study and start,
Fair.
answering business.
She got business to do.
The business.
She is the lady of this castle.
She's a lady.
But yes, sounds like no other further questions at lunch. So
No.
Nope.
No, I think we're fine.
Narissa will take a second to show Inos and probably taking Aurelia and Alestra in tow.
Yep.
To the lower levels, as I said,
That probably means Mora comes along too. Probably.
Yeah, probably shadowing you.
Yeah.
Just to be safe.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to go and spend an afternoon amongst the Dusty Scrolls and other things?
The dusty scroll holes.
I already think I already said I'm going to do that. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna pass.
That's fine.
I think Logesh.
I think I will probably go.
Right.
What was that list of things I asked to look at?
What was it, Logesh?
I think Logesh would take this time to catch up on some extra reading.
You sure you don't want to read Dusty Old Scrolls?
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Catch up on
All right.
reading some Dusty Old Scrolls.
You can carry the
So-
lantern.
Conrad, then what do you want to do with your time?
There we go.
Probably just kind of explore the grounds a little bit. Probably take Ignis out and let him run around a bit.
Get a big old.
The courtyards are very spacious for that.
But anything in particular. Just Spend some time not on a horse for a little while.
It might have only been a few hours, but boy howdy, getting bumped up and down on a fucking horse hurts.
Well, that's how I
Especially,
described. Like, even though I've riding, it's like this is the first time that Konrad's been on a horse like for a long period. It's like sounds horse.
Yeah, you guys usually travel either on foot or by carriage. At home.
Sorry, horse. It must be pain to carry me around.
Yeah, so most of you are shown downstairs, as I said, to what is called the Vault of Scrolls, or the Scroll Vault.
Scroll Vault.
It is a large library in the basement level where everything is, cool and dry. It gets its name, obviously, from the large bulk of their storage items, which are still in, vellum and parchment scrolls. Though there are a decent number of more modern volumes as well. But being mostly historical, there's not a lot of, print set media. It's a lot of handwritten and transcribed stuff. Then what you see there is a wide variety of things going on. It has, historical documentation about the things you guys have all asked about, the Dragon Slayers and Dragon Sorcerers, the Order of Dragon Dancers, etc., but also contains various other elements. There are diagrams of dragon anatomy, various studies of different types of things. There are descriptions of, religious rituals and the like as well. Nerissa also shows you the reliquary of St. Helena. This is a separate area that does include a small chapel. There are actually some small relic vaults and storage areas for items from historical saints, dragon sorcerers, etc. Anybody who's got it, you can roll me student history would probably be best, but you can roll a lore as well.
I roll a lore,
otherwise,
I will do the second one.
Nerissa can just explain the story of the reliquary to you as well.
3 9s.
Oh, if it's about this reliquary, that wouldn't make any sense for Nicola to know about that.
I feel like I know something about this place because it's specifically where my fiance works.
Yeah.
You did your research.
So,
probably looking
Frantically
into like
Googling.
I'm also probably looking into the history of her ties to her, at least her family's ties, all this at some point.
So she briefly recaps a story that Leslok, more detail about, but Saint Helena is a actually sanctified individual. She's usually called the last Dragon Slayer, though it's not 100% accurate. But she did live about 250 years ago. She is the last officially recorded full dragon sorcerer. Nerissa does mention that she was technically a princess, the younger daughter of the then High King. But instead of entering the priesthood, she joined the order of Dragon Dancers, despite the fact that at this time they were transitioning because cavalry drakes had died out several generations ago.
Sag.
And St. Helena studied dragon sorcery as an aspirant. There were very few stories about this, or any known named dragons were, very old and powerful. But the short tale is that the Dragon Dancers received a petition from the Isle of Balion. That's off the northern shore of Milieu. It was said to be under the dominion of Beard Rathbarther, the Spelldrake. Yes, I will also spell that for you, because I don't know if anyone would spell Rathbarther right out the gate. A canny old wise dragon who also had knowledge of sorcery. But, according to legend, despite having access to, companies of knights and blood shields and whatnot, Helena performed the dragon hunt according to their old ways. She went alone to Balian Peak, clad only in holy raiments and armed with ancestral weapons and relics from the castle and her own miracles. She fought the ancient dragon and defeated the dreaded and wise and performed the rite of the Dragonheart and was declared a living saint as a result. Nerissa does mention that Balian Peak is now a holy site with a order of nuns, a sisterhood devoted to St. Helena. She will also briefly show you what she can of the ossuary. You are briefly introduced to Bonesmith Baines, who's a tall, gangly, wiry old man, kind of a big beard, kind of a balding head, graying hair. Like I said, not quite as broad and full as like a blacksmith, but full of like gangly, wiry strength, surprisingly dexterous fingers. Make sure to give you all a nod. It says it's his job to make sure all the bones are cleaned and all our items are restored. Very tricky working with dragon bone master. Most of the ossuary is set aside. That's where the actual sorceress training initiations happened and where the honored dead are buried. But that is actually, Nerissa explains, sealed behind a bloodlock, which sounds very familiar to a device that you guys recently encountered in Logi's Labyrinth. So, nobody goes into the deepermost parts, but the outer areas of the ossuary includes sanctified and honored dragon bones. So there are actually several different sizes of dragon skeletons, set in niches or kind of not quite into displays, but arranged in such a way that so that their full breadth can be seen. And you do also pass by what is called the Hall of Scales, where Nerissa explains this is where sets of dragon scale mail and spears used by the historic dragon dancers over so long. Each set is preserved and enshrined, since refitting it would require reforging. And she's like, and it's just something we don't have the materials to do. You need fresh dragon scale and dragon's blood in order to remake them. But definitely, like I said, you see this, and I think in particular Inos on this tour. You definitely feel, as an attuned soul crafter, there are, like I said, rows of nearly 200 sets of these mails, which, like I said, are made from dragon scale and bone, interwoven into various shapes. Each set of armor is paired with at least one spear. Some of them are dragon bone, but there are also others that are of different make. You see a wide variety of them. There are even a few rune-carved, Vilter boar spears, and you do even see a couple of other Norlon make, some, hooked bearded axes and spears, which look like they were, if not made by the Iron Demons, were influenced by their craftsmanship and stuff. Some of these spears, you're pretty sure, without rolling any spells, are awakened objects. And certainly in this, like I said, long hallway filled with sconces of this armor, if actually, this is a good question. Did you buy Spears of the Awakened for Inos yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So you don't have that spell, but you feel that if you did, it would be the simplest thing in the world to just, snap your fingers and have half a dozen of these sets of empty armor just jump up and go about their business like it was, the day they were forged and worn by someone.
They have a presence of, they have the presence of,
Yes, these are objects which were crafted with nearly sorceress techniques, using magical materials derived from monstrum, and have been, each one was like I said, made tailored to a rider. They were presumably worn by that person every day. They went out and needed to fight, and then have been literally enshrined and ensconced. So all of these suits of armor feel like they've got real soul of things in them.
Yeah, soul juice.
It's pretty impressive. I don't know if I should feel like ennui or like melancholy about there's also a sense of like not lost greatness, but there seems to be like something great here of like there was a menace or something, we made a menace and then it's just kind of over now in a way.
I leave that to your interpretation. But yes, after that, Nerissa will, as I said, return to her. So to give you guys general backstory stuff, everybody go ahead and roll lore or student of history to hit them tomes.
Yeah.
Can I hire
Some of my
someone?
initial things. I got 9
Sure,
points. I'll help you find something.
I don't think you
Inos
really
is.
hire someone. You would probably ask. There's a couple of librarians or scribes around. You could ask for some help.
Yes, I will ask
3
for help.
10s.
3 4s, 2 10, 2 6.
I am the books.
If you roll just your knowledge, how many dice would that be, Enos?
2.
Okay, just for me asking.
I think I have enough sets
That's
to
okay,
cover
it's
for
not that
you.
bad.
I have
It's
like
like I said.
multiple sets.
I mean, I could roll for like Aurelia and Alestra have decent scores in these things.
Like, I just don't want to be another one of those characters who also just has lore or something and rolls it all the time. Not everyone
No,
can
no,
be
it's
book
fair.
smart.
I mean, Lord's
Hey, I
better than
mean, I was just about to say. Meanwhile, outside, Conrad is like throwing stick to dog. Dog catch stick. Dog bring stick back. Stick get thrown again.
You get
Like,
thrown.
he's
Block-
just
Look,
chilling.
Look, this is
Blot
why
intercept
whenever
stick.
it comes to anything commanding,
Reed's travel guide tries to open sluice gate. That's a Chip Cheesem joke. That's no one's gonna get that one except Omega.
Yeah, just me. I don't know. I mean, I linked his Zork the new Zork LP earlier, but anyway, yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I could have the NPCs roll, but I won't. I will just take it for a given that the scribes know what to do, and I will provide you guys with general knowledge. So if we're gonna start at the beginning, which seems like the best place to start.
there was light.
No, fuck off.
Not that for a beginning. And actually, honestly, this is a genuine world-building note to note. Your guys' understanding of the creation of the world is a little sketchy. In the Septa script, which is part of it is written as the product of a dialogue between High King Wyn and Hydrus, which forms the Covenant. There's a lot of explanation of those things, but the general structure of things is pre-Calamity. Yes.
I had this typed out, but I didn't message it because I didn't want to put it in there. But for calendar, do we like date stuff like pre-Covenant and post-Covenant?
Yes. Actually, I think I've used after Covenant and before Covenant in my notes before. Because yes, you guys were there's no pre-Calamity calendar anymore. But which, hey, depending on the nature of the calamities, understanding the normal progression of time and space may have been real fucked up. But the period before the Covenant happened is actually dated before Covenant, and then you are after Covenant. I think you should be somewhere in the 900s after Covenant right now.
Gotcha.
I don't remember if I actually jotted down a year, but I should figure it out. It's the kingdom has existed for about a millennium.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so starting with the Dragon Slayers tribe, the men and women who would become House Hotroy and their banner and cadet houses and followers along. Basically, after the Calamity, men and kindred were brought to Troycorone, and they kind of settled into various regions based on their own cultures. According to histories that you guys dig up, the Crownlands were, between the two rivers, were actually unoccupied for several years, despite being very fertile and being ideal for large prey animals, which included cattle species like oxen and buffalo and wild boars, because those species were hunted by dragons. So when you're in a niche competition with dragonkin.
Oh, I see.
Not a great look. So the other local tribes were not able to compete with the dragons, and you guys know this from your monstrum studies, and I won't make you guys roll out, but you also can study like diagrams of dragon anatomy. Like true dragons are very impressive. They are large creatures, total of 6 limbs. They have 4 arms, back legs, tails, and wings. They breathe fire, usually, unless they feel like breathing ice or lightning or poison.
Or just cursing you with magic.
Oh, they are also have access to sorcery, as that was one of the first ways that dragon sorcerers learned, which we will discuss in a second. And they're quite large. Actually, mechanically, because the way the rules about unusual threats work, a proper true dragon is an epic threat with a might of 2. That means that a single true dragon has more might than some companies. They don't get any other stats, but that's how epic threats work, which is based on their propensity. So they're big, they're very tough.
That makes my like half idea of getting Nerissa a dragon mount seems more preposterous by the day.
So we'll talk about cavalry drakes a little bit later, but dragons are they're a dragon kind is a whole separate calamity. So they actually have a lot of variants.
Which calamity were they?
Calamity of Dragons. That was Hydrus.
Oh, I meant numerically. Sorry.
Very good question. You guys don't actually know if there was an order to the calamities. You also this is another fun fact that I love to leave open-ended questions about the lore. Any of you who can do basic arithmetic can figure. Okay, so there were 13 thrones. There should be 13 calamities, right? Nobody's actually sure about what all the calamities were. Some of them you're just guessing.
Not the legends that stopped after a point because there was a schism, but
well, that's the point. There was a schism, so some of the gods who made some of the calamities are no longer around for you to ask, hey, which one was you?
Yeah. Hey, what'd you do?
Like, you can be pretty sure, okay, we've still got the sun, blood, and dragon god. He says he made dragons, so check that off. We still got the ocean god, so the ocean calamity's probably real.
Trees, tree guy. Calamity, definitely trees.
Actually, Sylvanas was Calamity of the Beasts. He is the source of many of the normal monstrum that you have to run
into. And we're well aware of those ones.
Yeah, that's the one that you guys are like, yep, that definitely happened.
Oh, right, Diatacida was devils. Diatacida was devils.
Yes. That's another one. Diatacida, devils come out the underworld, got it.
Scares it, Inos.
Completely different.
Demons and devils are very specifically different in this.
Yeah, we did actually, not intentionally, we did kind of work the D&D devil demon split. Anyway, more backstory. So, after several clans were wiped out trying to settle the area, the tribe known as the Slayers came. They became known as the Dragon Slayers later. They were led by Finian the Swift, who history is pretty sure was High King Wynn's grandsire. The Slayer tribe were, kind of pale of skin, reddish brown or pale haired, lightly colored eyes. No one's exactly sure where they were from. They kind of have the coloration of Cauldron folk or Norlish men, but Troikaron wouldn't rediscover the Cauldron for like hundreds of years, so. But Finian developed the Great Bow, a quintessential dragon slaying tactic, and also developed a lot of their dragon hunting techniques using animals as bait. You wound a wild oxen or some goats. Dragons are like, ooh, free food, and then men with bows and spears pop out of the brush. Haha, got you.
I now see how maybe the ballista was actually a way earlier invention for this world.
Actually, the Balliste is, I believe it's said in the backstory, was a siege engine that was either developed by or made after copying the engineering style of the Lost Empire. But that was only a handful of decades after this, so the principles of Big Bow was already in there. But yeah, they used traps and snares. They picked on younger, smaller specimens. They built dugouts and earth lodges. If you build your house out of packed earth and stone, it's a lot harder for Dragonfire to do anything. And then ultimately they started building their buildings out of turf. Once they begin to start actually killing dragons, they started incorporating dragon bone, teeth, scales, and claws into their weapons, which makes them much more effective. As mentioned before, if you make a weapon out of dragon bone, it has the same effect as being a extra large weapon, which is like plus 1 or 2 killing damage, but you need body 4 to use properly. Big, heavy stuff. And then, they grew their territory. They started working with their neighboring tribes, the Spearkin and the Horse Lords of the Grass Sea, the Witch Lords of the Mare Cage, the Four Leaf Clan from the Forester region, the Hammer Lords of the Mountains, etc. And then after they also began to actually start hunting dragons in the plains, they discovered dragon sorcery. Again, history's a little sketchy. It's claimed that Finian was the first dragon sorcerer. He slew their first, full-sized dragon with their techniques and consumed its heart as a ritual of strength and discovered the power. And then he honed it for years by observing the mightiest dragons and their ways. Some of his kin followed suit, but not everybody is able to withstand the power of the Dragonheart. So some people die during attunement. Other people only get flawed attunement. The whole thing that you guys understand of sorcery. Every style has its own trials and tribulations. Eventually, they developed the ritual of the Dragon Hunt, which you guys learned a little bit about, learning about St. Helena. To make a proper dragon sorcerer, the tribe of dragon slayers developed a pretty stern playbook on this. So they no longer needed to hunt dragons just to live. They would sortie, if dragons got too dense, similar to how you guys hunt, normal monstrum now. But the actual, rite, the process of the dragon hunt, with capital letters, had a couple of rules and strictures. The hunter travels alone or with a single attendant or boon companion, usually a teacher, a sworn brother, a lover, etc. They are provided with white stone weapons, spear, greatsword, arrows tipped in dragon bone, etc. You only are ever sent on a dragon hunt after a quote-unquote worthy foe, a proper adult true dragon who were known to be hostile to humans, attacking livestock settlements, confirmed to have, be man-eaters, etc. Juveniles could be dispatched as, an immediate threat, but they were not the subject of dragon hunts, and clutching females were avoided. Because in case you don't know, the Dragon Slayers tribe figured out pretty quickly when they realized if we eat dragon hearts, we get dragon magic, that we should attempt to build dragons as a sustainable resource. Obviously, it did not work long term, but they understood the prospect here. Successful yield results in a dragon heart. The hunter then usually had the strength of will to handle the attunement process and then spend years honing their talents, training with their sorcerers, and mentoring future aspirants. The Dragon Slayers tribe was always pretty small, but they were very strong. So they would fight with monstrum sorcerers and other valuable battlefields. They became respected for their military might. Actually, do I have Yeah, we'll start with the dragon. The actual Dragon Slayer history. Then we'll get in a little bit what you guys know about dragons. The style of dragon hunting and their brotherhood and everything changed with High King Win. Hey, fun new history fact. Win was an aspirant. He was performing the dragon hunt. When he realized something was afoot, he was working with his blood brother Batraz. When Butraz was killed by an Imperial raid. So Wynn swore vengeance, stopped his dragon hunt, and went to go organize against the Empire, but was discovered by Veritas the astrologer and brought to Mount Throne, where he experienced the vision of Hydrus, the 100 crowns. This is all religious stuff you would know. Wynn became Blood of the Dragon, God's own blood brother, and received the power of dragon sorcery directly. You also, in the scrolls and ancient histories, there is the oft-repeated legend that the High King's primary wife, Shining Eltonin, was also one of the first hatching the firstborn dragons who assumed human shape. And when the High King died after living like 200 years, she resumed her true form and flew into the east. So she's not here anymore. Thus, conveniently leaving you with no sources to prove whether or not she was, in fact, a dragon. But when Eltonin had 5 children, each of them was intrinsically gifted with dragon sorcery, like he was. They were all born that way. You have Firstborn Anaith, also known as the Stormlord, Yennefer the Sword Maid, who founded the Dragon Dancers, Icebreaker Norleaf, Flamure Flameheart, and Young Palter, known for being young and Palter. Basically, each of them, started developing new techniques for dragon sorcery. They all had their own flavor of dragon magic they studied. And their individual bloodlines would occasionally manifest dragon sorcerers directly. So this is the other thing we've talked about, that sometimes members of the royal bloodline are just born attuned, basically, and then figure out later, oh, shit, I'm a dragon sorcerer. Because, again, when you become blood brothers with God, weird things happen.
A sentence I want just out of context all the time. When you become blood brothers with God.
Hey, I mean, YouTube's dog-ass inspirations tab, which just AI generates videos and thumbnails for you, that tab really wants me to make fucking lore and top 10 videos for Noblesse Oblige because we post so many APs. It's very funny. I should screen cap sometime.
Honestly, making a lore video of Noblesse is not actually a bad idea.
It's not crazy, but I'd have to figure out what my script and direction for it. I'd love for that to actually be a video that would be worthwhile in making, but it's got to go on the back burner compared to some other shit I got to do. I've got a couple days to make another Wanted, and then I need to get you back to editing the Lost Spell 6 best stuff. Anyway,
that's fair. And I think a setting document would be cool.
I mean, technically I have a few setting documents, but like I said, they're spread out through multiple tabs on the GM facing because I've got secrets and lies.
Secrets and lies.
Also, another just fun history fact I made up when you guys asked me these questions and I, started world building loudly. You notice how I mentioned that Firstborn Anaith was called the Stormlord. At no point did I say he was the Storm King or the next High King. That's because Wynn lived for nearly 200 years, so Firstborn Anaith actually was already dead by the time Wynn expired. So his eldest daughter, the High King's granddaughter, Winflaed, actually briefly inherited the position of High King for a couple of years before she abdicated and passed it on to her own son, who was the first guy to actually properly take over the position as High King, known as Blessed Cerwyn. Because he was blessed and he was Cerwyn. It's all real simple. But like I said, you have a decent track of these people. This is probably something that Nicola actually brings up because it's interesting to his family history. But Icebreaker Norleaf went to Norlon. Presumably he's the origin of the Frost Breath and other similar spells. But he is the subject of several tragic legends and romance about his ill-fated relationship with the daughter of Logi Flamebringer, Good of All the Wise. Where it is said that he went into battle against the Frost Giants to avenge the honor of her father and never returned from the Icelands. Never came back.
He's probably frozen somewhere in just a fucking block. Probably a goofy expression on his face.
Hey, if he's
Boy,
frozen in a block, we can defrost him just like they did Captain America.
Well, glad he's out there and we're in here and he's the sheriff.
It's immediately what I thought. Similarly, because, when your dad's the High King, pals with God, unifier of the kingdom, you got to do some shit with your life. Flamira Flameheart, described as the bravest and most wrathful of her siblings, has a similar legend. She took a squadron of dragon knights into the continent to try and find where the Lost Empire's homeland was, and never came back. Never came back across the desert.
Omega, could you repeat that one? My internet decided to cut out.
Yes. So, Icebreaker Norleaf went to Norlon.
Frostbreaker.
Yeah, Icebreaker Norleaf. He went to Norlon, and there are many tragic tales of him and his ill-fated romance with Gridarvol the Wise, and he allegedly went into battle with the Frost Giants to avenge the honor of her father. Because that is also another canon fact I have added. In addition to many other deaths, allegedly the Frost Giants claimed the life of Logi the Torchbearer.
And also the Egg Founder, right?
Yes, and Iceheart. So you guys have ancestral beef with these guys, should they ever show up. Should the Fimbulwinter ever occur and the Frost Giants once again march from the Icelands.
Should they ever show up? They're going to show up.
We have fire and steel for all of them.
But, yeah, so House Hotroy and the Dragon Sorcerers also have ancestral Frost Giant beef, because, like I said, Icebreaker Norleaf went to the Iceland. First of all, allegedly traveled to the Icelands, which are not on your maps anywhere. You just know that across the Northern Ocean, there's supposed to be a land of nothing but ice where Frost Giants come from, and it sucks there, probably. If you know a real good...
Is it a land of ice and snow?
Yeah. Unknown about the midnight sun and the hot springs glow.
Yes.
But if you know a good helmsman, they might be able to sail you there, but you're not taking any maps. But yeah, Flameheart, like I said, she took a squadron of dragon knights and flew across the continent to find where the Lost Empire lived, and presumably set them on fire and never returned. And the aforementioned young Poulter, also known as Poulter the Bright, was studious, sometimes gifted with intuition. He studied with the Astrologers clan, and some claim that he married a daughter of Veritas the Astrologer. Firstborn and Ninth, known as the Stormlord, studied the ways of magic related to lightning and thunder with the divine powers. And I didn't mention her yet because there's a lot more detail about her, but Yennefer Swordmaid founded the Dragon Dancers, which was their attempt to reorganize the Dragon Slayers of Eld. So she, founded them as an actual chivalric order, reorganized everybody under the banners of House Hotroy. The tribesmen of Wynn who used dragon sorcery, used it to fight back against the Lost Empire. They also used it to fight Monstrum, human rebels and outlaws, some battles with the Kindred. But obviously under the Covenant, everybody's supposed to kind of stay in their lane. The dragons are sacred to Hydrus, even if they are also super dangerous, set your shit on fire. So, the way the dragon hunts worked got even more regimented and restricted, so that while aspirants didn't decrease, the number of actual dragon hunts did slowly decrease. One of the other things that Yennefer copied was High King Wynn was able to, command dragons to aid him in battle, so she figured out how to turn that into a process. So dragon knights, dragon riders, use great bows and dragon lances to attack enemies along with breathing flame. You learn a little bit about cavalry drakes, which I'm sure also Nerissa would love to talk about what they've got in there. But again, Monstrum can't really be domesticated in the normal way. It just seems that cavalry drakes just decided that it was cool for humans to ride on their back and, shoot arrows or magic at things that the dragons also wanted to die. So cavalry drakes are a little smaller, though they're still, at least twice as big as horses, if not more so. They were intelligent enough to form bond with young riders when they hatched, follow orders. They are, trusted members of the house. But like their trueborn kin and some wild ones, they were still able to, kind of like think and act on their own. So it wasn't able to ever just like build a completely steady breeding population. And eventually, it seems like just as generally the amount of dragons in Troycrown declined, the cross population of cavalry drakes just decreased until they went extinct.
Bummer.
Yeah. Possibly because unlike sorry, clear my throat. Unlike like hippogriffs and which are descended from griffins, there was nothing to crossbreed dragons with to make them more conventional. But dragon facts, TM.
Yay.
Dragon can have a pretty well documented anatomy. Like I said, you guys have access to some very detailed diagrams. Like if Nicola takes a look at some of those tomes, you will find some of these sketches and scrolls to be the equal of your own work studying, anatomy, both physical and metaphysical. True dragons are ranked divine beasts. They are usually classified above the calamity of beasts and the calamity of devils. A true dragon is usually about 20 yards long end to end. But allegedly, the first hatching, the original 7 calamitous dragons, were about 100 yards from tip to tail.
Okay.
Oh my.
Again, you guys can see some of the bones, so it's very easy to believe this, but they've got a long head like a lizard or crocodile, fangs as sharp as steel daggers, 4 legs with claws sharper than a lion, 2 great wings. Significant portion of their body is counterbalanced by a tail, which has a bladed end like a spear, and armored-in scales, which are tougher than Oliphant's, though the scales are noted to be weakest at the collar and breastbone joints. While they do obviously have ribs and a breastbone, the scales are thinnest over the chest. They possessed a unique organ which allowed them to breathe flames, either in continuous jets with a reach of over 10 feet, or in a very long-ranged spit, which could reach more like 50 or 60 paces.
Great.
Fire breath is the most common, but as noted, rare kindred in far-flung regions could breathe ice or frost, acid, thunder, anything you want to get in there.
That's that. You cannot breathe thunder. I refuse.
All right, so Nicola takes 6 shock and 6 killing as he's hit with a thunderbolt.
I'm not counterspelling.
Okay, so it's lightning then.
I mean, yes, but remember, you don't have a theory of electricity.
Right.
Lightning and thunder are often synonymous.
Am I the one laughing at the fact that they use lightning and just as a joke, you took shock damage?
Yeah. True dragonkin are intelligent. They could speak their own language, Dragonic. And their oldest could perform sorcery, very similar to how certain members of House Hotroy can just do dragon sorcery. Dragons can just do dragon sorcery if they feel like it, because their hearts are magical organs.
Ta-da!
That said, it does kind of seem like the best theory is that Hydrus didn't intend for dragons as a calamity to manifest forever, unlike other monstrum species. As far as you guys know, and according to scripture, you guys are basically stuck with beasts and devils forever. They just kind of happen. The only way to get rid of the calamity of beasts would be to kill all animals forever, which obviously is not sustainable. And devils are even worse. They literally come out of the ground. They spawn out of the other side just to fuck with you. To remind you that once you did a bad. As humans. Why devils may decide to occasionally, beat up kindred like iron demons is a very interesting eschatological question that I'm sure everyone has their own theories on. But
My theory is that they are stupid.
it is true that a lot of Monstrum are not super intelligent. Some are quite cunning, though. A little scary. Dragons, obviously, are very highly ranked for their intelligence. So dragons breed, they lay eggs, but they once covered all of Mundi as a calamity. Their supply of food and magic seems to have dwindled, and since they no longer needed to exterminate all mankind after the War of Thrones, the War in Heaven, they've gotten smaller and eventually settling into their sizes. The cavalry drakes, the riding dragons used by the dragon dancers, are about 10 yards long, tip to tail, by the way. So, the body is shorter than that. There are also, numerous side species of dragons. There are wyverns, which are only wings and back legs. There are wingless drakes, who still spit fire, though. So watch out for that. But yes, there are true dragons can still occasionally choose large specimens, and a lot of the older, tougher dragons were eventually defeated by humans or moved away because, as I said, dragons were intelligent too, so some of them could keep their own, grudges, histories, etc. And you were, hunted by the dragon slayers or other tribes, and eventually, moved out beyond Troikaron. The dragon dancers tried to keep the breeding population alive, like I said, but their size and number dwindled until they died out. And as far as anybody knows, there are no dragonkin in the 3 main islands of Troikaron. None were ever properly observed on Tron or the Islas Viento. There are usually reports that some may spot a dragon overhead in Lagartia or the innermost regions of the Cauldron. But obviously nobody who sees one of those dragons is in a position to go dragon hunting, so, they're out there. There are also other rumors. Some of them say they live in the Stone Shoals, which are north of Keltacy, though obviously exploring the Stone Shoals sucks because they're stony and shoaly. There are rumors that they live, beyond the Bight in the Lost Continent, but that means you have to cross the Bight, which is the fucking, salted field, burned out apocalyptic desert. And maybe there are frost drakes in the icelands beyond the Northern Sea. But once again, then you got to go to the icelands in the Northern Sea, which I would once again like to remind, because you guys have generational beef with the frost giants. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody really wants to go to the icelands just in the off chance they meet a frost giant there. Why would we go there?
If frost giants have fucking ice dragon attack dogs, I guess we're going to go off hearts out of that, but that's going to be fucking awful.
Oh, trust me, there are so many awful things I can do to you. I did mention, though, there are a couple of, classical dragons known. There are some names. Let's see. Rolled pretty good, right? Yeah.
I rolled 3 10s.
Yeah, you got 10s, you got 9s. So you guys are actually able to dig up the names of all 7 of the first hatching.
Okay.
Best known as Shining Etanin, which is spelled, etymologically similar to Eltanin. Shining Etanin, her head crowned in horns, her breath is the light of the sun itself. Her scales shine red gold like the dawn. She was the first, the wisest, the brightest, the most beautiful of all dragons. She commanded the respect of her kin, but always kept close counsel with Hydrus. Before the Covenant, it is said that she was worshipped as a minor goddess, a guardian of the dawn who repels the night and brings calamities to heal. And obviously, because it looks good for socio-political and religious reasons, usually everybody claims that Etanin and Eltanin are the same person. So she is also a effectively semi-divine ancestor of all future High Kings of Troikaron. Here's another fun one that I'm sure Inos will have some thoughts on. There it was Corpse Eater Mythidia. Now, the Corpse Eater Mythidia, the Darkling one, the Umbral Dragon, black as night are his scales, black flame his breath. So mad, so 200% angry was he with man that he attempted to break into the underworld and consume the souls of the human dead. So allegedly he's been chained somewhere in the deepest points of the world, where the only thing he can do to satisfy his hunger is gnaw on the roots of the mountains.
This makes me think of a certain thing where there was a dragon who had so much contempt in his heart that once his heart was stabbed, it made a poison that destroyed an entire kingdom.
I'm just thinking
nobody
Nidhogg.
stabbed this guy's heart.
Yeah, I'm just thinking Nidhogg.
I was thinking.
Also Nidhogg.
I was thinking Nidhogg or Yorn.
Like it was like we're half Fafnir, half Nidhogg here. I feel.
I did actually look up what the origin of Dark Eater Meteor's name was, though, and found a similar name with Mithidir. There is the so-called Mad Dragon Delafat, the Even Star, Silvery Countenance, Breathed Moonlight, and Stardust. Not a lot is written about her. It's just said that she was struck by the Calamity of Madness, which is associated with the unnamed moon goddess. I went so far as to strike her own kin, so she was cast down, which was a great loss. All the dragons were very sad.
And so chill moon dragon, got it.
No, unchill dragon.
Unchill.
Fortress Dragon.
No.
Vladimir.
She was chill, and then went insane.
Yes.
As is much things associated with the moon.
The Dragon of Stone. His scales as hard as mountain. Tallest and strongest of his brothers and sisters. His body could encircle mountains. Trees sprouted where his walked. His breath was a volcano. According to legend, he single-handedly went to the Palatine City, which is associated with the Legends of the First Men. Single-handedly buried their capital and then encircled it with the bulk of his body and just took a forever nap. He's sleeping there forever. My job's done. I'm out.
He's become the mountain.
He is a mountain range.
Yep. Flame Reef Eldrune.
That would be terrifying. Just one day it's like, why is our mountain range moving?
Sorry, you woke me up. Can you stop digging? That hurts. That's my pancreas, actually.
Ouch.
But your pancreas is made of the strongest metal in existence.
It's a very tough pancreas, thank you. Anyway, I need you to stop trying to mine it or I'm going to have to eat your entire civilization. And then he's like, okay, all right. I like my civilization. That's where I keep my stuff.
Okay,
Anyway.
no more digging in this mountain. Got it. Off limits.
Flame Reef Eldrune, fiery of countenance and scale, burned bright and swift. Her breath was fire itself. Flames rained from her wing beats. Destroyed shitloads of the world with flame during the calamity, birthed a large brood of flame dragons, but then she went to slumber beneath the earth after the calamities ended. If she were to reawaken, the very safety of the world would be threatened. Watch out. And then our last two, because, I'm doing like an elemental theme here. Kaidana, the first frost drake, white and blue, breath was cold as ice, wing beats brought blizzards. Said to have originated the frost drake, kindred, who all share her characteristics and dwell in the Icelands. Kaidana is said to have stood against her kin with the frost giants during the War of Thrones, but relented when the goddess Chilone was killed. For her treachery, she was exiled beyond the sight of the world. Or at least beyond the sight of Troikaron, which you guys hope is the whole world. And then, lastly, one of my favorite names I managed to cobble together from etymology, Hregviper, Storm Dragon. It's like Greg, but with a Hreg. Scales of blue and gray, gold underneath, plumage like a bird upon his wings. Second before Shining Elton, and his breath was thunder and lightning, his wing beats brought rain. His thunder drakes are very rare, but very powerful. They are, talked about in loose legend, dragons that spit thunder and lightning. Very scary. Definitely won't have, I've forgotten that guy's name from the Monster Hunter beta, but the dragon with the fucking railgun horns. Definitely won't run into any of that.
I'm trying to remember. One moment.
To start with an R? It's not a big deal. It's just one of those things that bothers me. So, yeah, there are, we're allegedly...
Rambagangadamadose.
Ray
so
Dow.
Thank you. There were allegedly, 7 of these big dragons. Like I said, they were supposed to be at least 100 yards long. Again, the fortress dragon Gradamir was supposed to be big enough that if you believe legends, and like I said, feel free in character to doubt how true these are. It's been about a 1,000 years since anybody saw any of these guys.
I don't necessarily doubt these dragons, but I am having some weird feelings here.
Yeah, but allegedly
No
the fortress
doubt.
dragon was so big that he blew up a city and then just encircled it with his body and was just like, I'm out.
Yeah, no.
Not doubt, but more so like I don't think I'm going to see any of these mythological beings in my lifetime.
Listen, I heard Dragon MILF. I'm
I'm
putting a secret
I'm more
objective on
doubts.
my list here.
Of course, I knew it.
Yeah.
As I briefly
I more
posted,
doubt
a
some
quest
of the,
icon
like-
shows up on Enos' quest thing. It points to the east.
Yeah.
I
But
don't doubt necessarily the size or bigness. I'm more to just doubt, like, how do you know what happened to them afterward? Like,
Yeah, I'm more of like, I feel like there is like some level
oh,
of
the
truth to it. I just think
dragon went to hell and tried to eat people. Have you been to hell?
I feel like that would be
That's a
I already
that's
would
a
actually
question
record that.
for Inos. Like, do you think that your people speak of the legend still of the corpse eater Mythodeer?
yeah.
The
Fun
dragon's
fact.
so mad he tried to eat dead people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he tried to do a fucking attack through there. Cause guess what? We got fucking dragon bones under our mountain for some odd fucking reason.
Hey, by the way, I'd like to point out to you guys, remember that the giant extinct caldera that the Iron Demons mostly live in? It's called the Dragon's Eye.
Yeah.
Why is
Yeah,
it
it's called the Dragon's Spine. It's called the Dragon's Spine Mountains for a reason.
Yeah.
I assume.
No, I totally think that we have fucking a mad dragon trapped.
Okay, no, that makes sense now.
Yeah, no. Like, is he actually fucking mad, or did he, like, something weird happen? I don't know. But yes, I totally believe there is a dark dragon chained in the underworld under the
God,
fucking...
I just realized that dragon's fucking Deathwing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think he's that big, but yeah.
Like, also, like, I also believe that freaking the fortress dragon exists. Do I think he's actually curled up around a city somewhere, just living his best nap? No.
I do think there's probably a dragon that probably turned into a mountain, because I think
Well, I don't know what happens if two winter
yeah.
dragons die. I don't know if they, like, turn into, like, natural force or something, so... But...
Yeah, you will notice that, other than vague allusions to the Mad Dragon Delafat, nobody ever has claimed to kill one of the original true calamitous dragons. Nobody ever says they defeated one of the big 7. So
I just
the closest we came is, like I said, is
Well,
Delafat was allegedly struck down by her own kindred for being too crazy, and servants of the goddess had to chain up Corpse Eater Mythodeer.
God just went, no. Or what's her name?
Dea Tacita had to call up her posse and say,
I
hey,
assume it's Tacita just went, hey, no, bad dog, bad, no. Eating.
Another player becomes your partner in Dragon Slaying. What does that mean? That's for you to decide.
I just think about. It makes me think of like Elden Ring, where there's a thing about how this entire mountain's just made of dragon stone, because when dragons die, they basically become mountains.
I mean, I don't know exactly where FromSoft got it, but they have this thing about dragons which are also rocks, like the original ancient dragons in Dark Souls had like scales of stone.
Because they're meant to be like the first beings kind of thing.
The big dragons in Elden Ring, not the drakes.
You make me think of like Plague of Grab's video and just see this like lightning.
I mean, I will say my description for Fortress Dragon Gradamir is inspired by, I think it's Gransiax, who is the giant dead stone dragon that is just hanging out over Lindelltown in Elden Ring. He's just eternally speared there as a giant statue.
Yes, it's because I think he's also it's a whole thing. Yeah,
I think FromSoft.
He's the size of a small neighborhood.
I think that's a she actually in that town.
No, I think
FromSoft got it from the same place a lot of places. I think FromSoft got it the same place a lot of places get it, where there's a lot of dragon mythology about them originally being.
All I All I know
Parts of
about ancient dragon lore is that there was one who decided, hey,
And
this
then
human's very cool, I want to
erupting
fuck
from
him,
them?
but then he went insane.
It's because people found stone bones and assumed they were dragons when they were dinosaur fossils.
Yeah.
That and Dallas cut out.
Also, I would assume they're like, oh, the Earth is breathing fire. It must be a monster, when it's really just a volcano.
Probably.
Yeah, too.
There are a couple of later generations of dragons that you know a few things about. This is a part I meant to fill a little more, but it's also kind of just like hard to just like. It's mostly just more anecdotes for the sake of anecdotes. If other dragon legends come back that actually like are more critically important, we can figure that out. But like I said, there are a couple of like later stories that are reported. The dragon that High King Win was supposed to be hunting was Talamut the Shadow Drake, brood of Corpse Eater Mythodeer, had a poisoned tail, and the smoke of his breath, which was still allegedly fire, was acrid and acidic, like alkahest. But according to legends, anyway, the Shadow Drake was so canny and cunning that he conspired with the Imperials to ambush Win and Batraz and armed them with poisoned arrows from his own venom. There are a few different versions of what happened to him.
What a dick.
So either, you know, and this is another thing that's like, you guys can think about which one you think is more correct. So like, either, you know, they did the classic, you know, rewarded as a traitor deserves, and the Imperials killed him to use his bone, scale, and heart, because naturally that's what you would expect to happen. You know, the traitor is betrayed.
Yeah.
Or he fled to the Lost Continent and was eventually hunted down and killed by one of Win's descendants, usually recorded as either Firstborn Anith or Flimir Flameheart.
I'm totally willing to believe the former rather than the latter.
I could still think that one of the descendants probably went out to go find it, but never found it.
Yeah, but and you already know the story behind like Bearded Rock Butler. A wizened old dragon may have literally been bearded. Mentioned a few times as dwelling in the Northern Islands and studying sorcery. He settled in the remote fishing village of Bellion Island, but demanded tribute from the locals. When this tribute became too heavy for them to pay, they requested, you know, they were like, shit, dude, don't we have any dragon slayers to deal with this? And that became St. Helena. What's that? A remote fishing village being pestered by a dragon?
Hello, Martha. Is there is there like a cultural difference between like snakes and dragons, or is it more just like size?
Well,
So technically, the word drake more classically means like if you're busting open your scrolls of like anatomy and studies, the wingless drakes are indeed wingless. That said, much like real life language, there's a lot of like by names and words that mean the same thing. So very often in history, the phrase something drake is used just to mean dragon, but written shorter and sounding cooler.
I'm gonna go with the Fire Emblem thing, and the drakes are way smaller and also can't do magic.
Well, I mean, there are true dragons, and then you've got, you know, various smaller kinds of dragonkin. There are supposed to be, like I said, wingless drakes, but a lot of named dragons are still called, you know, Talamut the Shadow Drake. Like, he was probably a true dragon, but they called him Talamut the Shadow Drake because that sounds so much better. I will say, at least then, maybe this is something you guys can track down later if you ever visit there, but one other note, because I didn't want to put the impression that, you know, while indeed dragons are calamitous, they're dangerous, they were also sometimes mankind's ally. So there is, you know, a little footnote that there was once a dragon known as Raber Everflame, who was apparently said to be so smart and so wise that she studied at the Alchemical College. So, like, there are, you know, just like there are... Sorry, I just thought of a really weird aside joke from somebody's D&D actual play I listened to. It's a play on Wizard of Oz, but it's, are you a good lich or a bad lich? But like, there are good dragons and there are bad dragons, and there are many dragons in between. Don't Google the bad dragons, though.
Is there a dragon sorcery that is basically, I guess, to take on human form? So when a human does it, it's basically to just make you look like anything else.
As far as you know, there is no skin changing ability with dragon sorcery. There are some reports, since you guys are in basically the, library of dragon sorcerers. This was the place where, when they properly existed, they were trained. There is a dragon sorcery technique for a man to take the shape of a dragon. So presumably everybody's theory is that basically true dragons could do the reverse. They could do a sorcery to become man-shaped. And again, the exact mechanics of that aren't known because, as far as you know, there's that the spell to, reshape yourself to have the shape of a human doesn't do anything if you're already a human. If dragons were able to disguise themselves by walking in human form, that's a matter for folktales and legends. Obviously, the proper list of dragon sorcery spells is pretty well known. So you know that they have a wide variety of them. They can do a lot of things with the shape of fire, shaping it into projectiles, weapons, physical structures. Dragon sorcerers were able to give themselves the claws, wings, and scales of dragons in various forms. Some of them could command, lesser animals. Obviously, they could breathe fire or frost. They could be super scary. They could, in addition to throwing fire and ice, could also throw lightning. Had access to very large-scale healing magic. Yes, Waking the Dragon is the one where you translocate yourself to have the hit locations and wound boxes of the dragon. And all their special abilities, etc. It's of the 4th intensity. It only lasts a couple hours, though, so be careful.
Okay.
But yeah, do you have any other general, or even specific questions about Dragon Slayers, Dragon Sorcery, or Dragons?
Was there any type of research done into using something other than hearts to activate the Dragon Sorcery?
Yes, there is a little bit of a discussion of this. You find, or probably directed by the scribes you're talking to, Inos, there was some research. Dragon bone can be found also as fossils, and, not every dragon that was killed or died had their, bones and scales and claws and stuff immediately policed up. So, you can find fossilized dragon bone. People report when they dig up dragon burials that fossilized dragon hearts are present. There has been some scholarly discussion about if there was a way to use the fossilized heart in place of a live heart. The general conclusion so far is that line of thinking is either mildly heretical, or at the very least is dangerous, because the process involves, consuming the fresh heart, and so nobody is quite sure how do you have to eat a rock? That sounds very unpleasant and unhealthy,
What if you put life back into the heart? Yeah.
Well, no, it's not necessarily that, but no, just wondering, we're very specifically having to take a dragon's heart, and I'm wondering why it's specifically the heart.
It seems to be because for the dragons, the heart is a magical organ, just the source of their own sorcery.
The core. Yeah.
And also, it's not directly related to the fire-breathing organ, but does seem to be kind of the powerhouse of the dragon. It is also like their one weak spot. If you, no matter how big, tough, and mighty, no dragon has, allegedly anyway, survived having its heart shot or cut out.
Oh.
And dragon sorcerers relate a similar weakness. When you become attuned to dragon sorcery, you're usually tougher and more gnarly, but you can take additional damage because your heart is now your metaphysical weak point.
Are there any records of like people having like conversations with dragons or whatnot?
Yes, like I said, they have their own language and they could learn others. Dragons could be spoken back and forth. I mentioned, there was a dragon who allegedly studied at the alchemical college.
Okay.
Not all dragons were hostile. It just seems that naturally, as humans expanded to maintain all the usable territory and started organizing livestock, etc., it became harder for dragons to hunt. They do need to eat and feed.
Okay. So that probably means there's probably not a lot of evil dragons running around because they've probably been hunted down. That means if there are dragons, they are ones who've been minding their own business or been hiding among humanity. So I really don't want to try and take one of their hearts. No, we're going to have to find an alternative. I just find it very suspect. I find it very suspect that we specifically need a heart to like jumpstart a magical engine. I definitely bet there's a different way to do it. It's just that they went for the obvious one.
Easiest.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't call this easiest.
The most straightforward way.
Yeah.
Maybe you could drink dragon blood, enough of it.
No, not dragon blood. Just listening to this, like talking about the hearts and magical engines. No, from what it sounds like, they need the Dragonheart to basically jumpstart the fucking the Dragonheart and the sorcerer. You need to do a battery connection. So, and that's usually done by eating, the fresh bleeding heart that has all the things. You need something to activate the Dragonheart inside a person. That's my.
That seems like a decent. You might have to consult with Nicola on this a little because as an alchemist, he's studied in the way the elements and the forces work. But the general theory of sorcery is that all forms of sorcery are at some level connected to Aether, the unseen, invisible element that connects all the other elements. So if you had to guess, the heart is probably the dragon's biggest source of ether, and by consuming it, you basically give yourself a shitload of dragon ether to use to cast dragon sorcery. Some people manifest minor spells with just what little aether they have in their body to work miracles. I mean, literally, you're not talking about it because not even everybody in the party knows, but Illustrious right there.
Yeah.
And it seems like some people of, as I said before, the royal bloodline are just, through the nature of celestial alignment and good fortune, inherently born with the power to command dragon sorcery attuned.
Yeah.
Do fossilized hearts contain enough aether to be used in some way?
No.
Unknown.
I would say no.
Is there some other way? The issue with
require a way to gather aether.
Properly activating the energy of another person is that if you just use any old aether, you're likely to get attuned to some other sorcery.
Yeah, no matter what, I need to find a live dragon. I think I can waffle about actually eating a heart, but no matter what, I need actual fucking dragon attuned aether to shove into Alestra somehow.
That, or you need to find Hydrus and ask him.
Yeah, I don't want to go to Hydrus though.
We might have to go find. I don't even know if the high priest of the church actually even talked to that guy.
Nah, I don't want.
Generally, the way the Covenant is supposed to work is that if you guys are minding your P's and Q's, the gods don't have to come down here.
Yeah.
They stay on the other side and keep their
I just know it
organized.
because I just know something you can talk to them because Inos specifically talks to Diatastada in vague ways.
I mean, he's got a personal connection as both one of her kindred and a sorcerer. He can get on the party line. Strictly speaking, you're an attuned Veiler. If you wanted to try really hard, you could probably figure out a way to speak to Sylvanas. It's just I don't think I
have a reason for that.
I don't know if you want
to that guy. Honestly, the god Leslok Logi needs to talk to probably most of all. He's probably Fornaxia.
Yeah.
To do that, you are probably going to want to go into the depths of the Golden Desert.
Yes, I'm probably going to I'm probably going to one of her last shrines.
But yeah, it's one of those things where attunement is something that is kind of like in the built-in rules of Rain, but like I said, I think it's a decent way to like justify it in universe that everybody gains attunement by basically attuning their natural aether to the aether of the spells. For Veilcraft, you have to attune to the aether of the other side.
I have the other side, literally. I think this aether of the other side, like permanently in his eyes.
Yeah, and other stuff. For Soulcraft, you have to attune to the aether of the Umbral Realm, the fucking underworld. Shit like that. So it's a process, and while there is and here's something I'll say. Officially, it's in my notes. There's no way to temporarily attune to dragon sorcery. If the dragon sorcerers knew how to do that, they did not write it down. But that doesn't mean that is completely impossible. I've talked before about how if you guys want to like go into the lab and hammer some stuff out and not just rely on me to invent spells that are presumably widely known, you guys could develop new techniques. To do it for dragon sorcery, speaking to a dragon who knows sorcery would probably be your best bet, Inos. Looking at all this stuff, you don't have any lore. You're really well versed in your sorcery.
No, I am literally putting this together from what I understand about aether and sorcery and just kind of shooting in the wind, really.
Ironically, a cauldron might be like a good place to start looking for one.
Could be. Or we can head east and I can try to find a dragon.
The places where they're
milk.
cited most commonly are Lagartia or Cauldron, so you are going to have to go into the deepest, darkest heart of the slightly cursed islands, or you're going to have to go in the jungle.
I prefer the cursed out of the jungle, honestly.
That's because you just want to go to the cauldron.
I also just don't want to go to a sweltering jungle.
You think the cauldron is not a jungle?
I mean, parts of the cauldron are actually very much like the jungles of Lagartia, but other of them are otherwise, because the cauldron is weird and cursed. There's fucking sea devils and shit in the water.
All right, so I think I have a better understanding of dragons and whatnot. No, I do not think there's probably a lot of dragons left, and the ones that are probably, not causing a fuss, which would make me really fucking bad to kill them for a heart. Just saying. Otherwise, it seems like they're really fucking scary-ass strong dragons that are the stuff of myth and legends. Probably also can't do with that. But if I can find one of the friendlier ones, maybe I can get some knowledge.
Find some old dragon hermit somewhere.
Honestly, like I said, it was a minor note because I did want to include positive dragons, but the best bet in your personal chain of logic right here, Inos, is probably to go to the Alchemical College and ask them, hey, did you guys actually have a dragon learn here? Where'd that dragon go? What up with them?
Mm-hmm.
Do they invent anything?
Because like I said, dragons seem to need to
if you
eat
want to. I am going
feed,
soon.
But they also, it seems like, at least for true dragons, the ones that are named and intelligent, if they want to, they can just nap indefinitely.
Honestly, it'd probably be better for me just to send a fucking letter. I don't have
drop
to
some lines and see some stuff.
Yeah, I don't actually have to go. It'd probably be faster too. Can't just be spending weeks sailing the oceans back and forth. We got shit to do.
I will say, at least you know that a Celticy trip is somewhere in your future, because literally the message from Logi Torchbearer was like, hey, you're gonna have to go into the sacred land of Fornaxia if you want to reawaken my ancient blade. Ciao.
Right, do it along the way.
But I don't know when Leslok's gonna fit that into his busy schedule.
Yeah, I'm not expecting it for the rest of this, not till like the next year at the soonest.
So let me see here. Let me double check my list of things I wanted to know. I got information on dragon in general, notable dragons in history, reasons why dragons are hunted, and hearts eaten, history of dragon sorcery, practices came about, and reasons why dragons are no longer around. I guess the only one that really was notable. Well, no, there's notable uses of dragon sorcery as well. Yeah, no, so that's all the information I wanted. I don't think I necessarily have a plan going forward, because just saying I need to find a real-ass fucking dragon ain't really much of a plan.
That's something you'll probably find along the way.
That guy was on your group's itinerary anyway, just because I can't imagine this group of players and player characters not wanting to be like, yo, dragon.
Unfortunately, you have given me the ultimate dragon MILF, and I hate you for this. How dare?
Oh, that's already been in the plan because it's all myths and legends, baby. So I'm like, yeah, of course.
It was by design.
I still feel like,
but yeah, no, I definitely think though that in character, yeah, no, Inos is definitely just like, yeah, I need to find a dragon, but I'm not entirely sure fucking how at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think what you could do with your skills. I mean, there's some dragon skeletons here, but the problem is that a decent number of these like cavalry drakes and stuff were born here. So even if you like go, hey Bones, where you from? The Bones would just be like, down the street.
Yeah, I think my best bet would actually go back home and ask the Bones there.
Find some local Bones. That would probably be good.
Yeah,
I mean, hey, I'll say this: if you really want to juice up
your historians,
fight Corpse Eater Mythodeer and get his heart,
I might.
That can't go wrong.
Ironically, you could always go ask your kinsman, if like at least the historians of your kinsman, if there's records about it.
Well, like who knows? Like I might go ask Corpse Eater and be like, "Hey, yo, what's your deal? Why you here? Why you trapped? Tell me your secrets."
That might be like under a lot of locked doors.
Shall be unclean.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be interested in speaking.
Yeah, you'll never know.
It's me out, and I'll tell you.
I mean, this is a man so angry. He wanted to go into hell to kill people again.
Yeah, but why was he so angry?
I mean, the general outline is that the to remind everybody, because you know some of this stuff doesn't come up. The general assumption of what the calamities were is some number of the first men. There were some guys who were here first. They're the first men. At least according to legend, attempted to kickstart the quote-unquote Age of Man by replacing one of the throne gods, either like actually straight up just killing them or capturing them or something. According to legend, it is usually said that was the now unknown named moon goddess. And so Hydrus was first to be annoyed, but first to forgive. And so, you know, created the Calamity of Dragons and got all the other gods to start dealing calamities and destroying people. So presumably the firstborn dragons were so pissed because that is why they were born. You know, it's like the butter passing robot, except the dragon looks up and is like, "Father, why was I created? To fuck up humans." Got it.
Well, clearly I just need to go tell this dragon that he doesn't need to do that anymore. He needs to pick up a new hobby, like knitting.
I feel like he's probably like semi-rotted or like just eternally chained to like some like magical stone bedrock.
Who knows?
He's supposed to be chained up at the you know roots of the world, wherever that is.
Whatever that is.
He's dead to his body pillow.
That'd be funny.
I love it.
Condemned to being a pet.
But yeah, no. And like I said, it seems like some dragons took their retirement better than others. Like I said, according to legend, you know, Eltonin was worshipped as a minor deity before, like I said, the Covenant came along and everybody ironed out, like, okay, 7 gods. That's it. You can have saints, though. You can figure that shit out. And it does, I will say also, does seem like dragons did have their own internal factions. You know, like I said, a couple of them stood against their own kindred or had their own agendas.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna have to dig into this later, but I think I got a basis, so I'll start brainstorming on plans.
While you're down here, do any of you want to inquire with some of the people you've been introduced to? Like I said, Inquisitor Iceland is mostly keeping to her self, you know, verifying certain records and checking in on the, you know, documenting various aspects of the reliquary specifically. You do probably see a little of the Magister Kato Diakonar, you know, Spindly Man, because he's in his own words, he's just like, "Oh, don't mind me. I'm just verifying the presence of some tomes here. The libraries in the college, say this document is here or that document is there. We like to keep track of these things so we can find them later."
I am curious, what is this process that the Inquisitor, not that Inos knows that, is doing? Is she just basically like saying, these items are here or something?
Yes. I mean, if you want to either observe or ask her, yes.
I will ask her and observe.
Yeah, basically she's got, a notepad out and she's like, "Oh, well, thank you for asking. It's quite simple, really. Il keeps track of, well, we're supposed to keep track of the location of every relic of a saint and their condition. Sometimes it's very simple. A femur here, a couple of teeth there. Actually, it's the teeth are the most troublesome. You would not believe how easy it is for us to lose them. We always find them again."
Inos kind of blinks at that and like, how do you lose someone's teeth? It's not like they just get up and walk away.
But they're very small, you see. You accidentally remove them from the wrong reliquary, move them around, drop them. Oh, and goodness help you if there's a fire or another accident.
I guess that makes more sense, yes.
But we like to verify that everything is here, it is all being maintained properly. Strictly speaking, the Pontifex has the authority to recall any verified relics back to the Astrakan Hill if they are being mishandled. We don't really like to do that. Chapels and temples are usually quite fond of their relics. But it does mean Inquisitors have to check up and make sure everything is going just fine. She like ponders, a goblet or chalice or something that's got a label that says, some saint once drank out of it, and just, make some notes in her ledger. And of course, strictly speaking, there's none better for this position than, slight sigh, the esteemed and holy members of the Inquisitorius.
Inos, blinks rapidly at that. Just...
Oh, I know. I don't look much like one, but yes, I am an Inquisitor, technically. Not all of us are supposed to be, tall, dark, intimidating with big, broad-brimmed hats. Though we do have a fair number of those. But there are not nearly enough Maleficars and heretics, not nearly enough Monstrum, honestly, to keep Inquisitors busy with that part of the job all year round.
I'd argue
Most
on the
Inquisitor. What?
I'd argue on the Monstrum part, but I think it's just they're not looking in the right places.
Well, actually, I mean, if you were to ask her that, she would just say that the people who are usually handling Monstrum first are the houses because they're the ones threatened.
Yeah.
No high house wants to stop and wait to call the Inquisition to take care of a Monstrum problem when they can do it on their own, basically. Would you guys have let those couple of wargs rattle around in the hinterlands for a couple of weeks while you wait for a squad of Holy Inquisitors to show up? No. So, it's most of us are, I guess investigator is the right word. We make sure documents are in the right place, make sure nobody is misappropriating church funds, make sure that all of our items are being stored correctly and no one has kicked off and sold them at auction or anything. This, by the way, sounds very familiar to some of you, yes? All manner of things. I am trained in some of the basics, but not well versed in the Monstrum and Maleficar slaying business. That's what my god here, Sir Beric, is for. Sir Beric kind of stands suddenly at attention from where he was sitting, arms folded, giving Inos the side eye.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was the one who passed his unwholesome check earlier, so he's kind of seems like he's a little edgy around Inos.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
Also, hey, I told you there'd be NPCs to roll lots of bad eerie checks for unwholesome fun.
You remind them of the grave.
Yes.
she kind of, gives him a side of her own. But yeah, she adjusts her spectacles and says, yes. But yes, the Weirwind Keep is very well taken care of. Articles of dragon sorcery and the descendants of the High King are of very high demand to the Pontifex. He is the voice of the dragon and, most holy before Hydrus. But we concern ourselves with some other things. Actually, she, kind of paused and said, actually, I suppose your kindred don't speak much to Inquisitors, do they? I don't ever see any reports that many of us have come to call on the Iron Kindred down below. Do you keep track of your own relics and artifacts very well?
Yes, actually, we have a very extensive list. Any work that is deemed worthy of mastery is put on a list, and its owner. And if it so comes to find that we found that the owner has changed hands unwillingly, well, the Iron Demons are not afraid to take action.
Huh. It's very similar to me and the other artifactors' work. The church is in possession of a scant few relics of saints of the faithful of the Dea Tacita, but it's quite rare.
Well, we have our own priests and whatnot who usually handle such things below the mountain. The fact that there are some up on the surface surprises me really, but I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. The worship of Dea Tacita is greater than I expected in the lands of men. Nothing, of course, to what is the proper epitaph for Hydrus? I don't just want to say Hydrus flat out. That seems rude.
The 100 Crowns is usually what he's called.
Okay, it's like,
or the King of the Sun.
Yeah, nothing in comparison to the 100 Crowns, but actually, is there a saint or saintess of Dea Tacita in the lands of men? Would you know?
I'd have to double check my scrolls. I'm fairly certain there have been some miracles worked in Dea Tacita's name. There are a few abbots and abbesses of some penitent orders that have allegedly done miracles. She kind of pauses for a second and says, I was going to say that you could always check our master libraries at Astrakhan Hill, but actually I suspect that would possibly cause a slight stir. I'm not actually sure if any kindred have actually gone to the High Chapel at Astrakhan Hill.
Quick question. Where's Astrakhan here? Well, actually, no, he'll just say that. Where's Astrakhan Hill?
Oh, the Astrakhan Hill? It is physically it's on Throne, but specifically it is a large hill that is opposite the peak of Mount Throne itself. She kind of pauses again and says, where Veritas the astrologer first found the 13 thrones.
Oh. Okay.
The chapel was built to observe the throne first, and then later, after the Reformation became the seat for the Pontifex. It is supposed to be the most holy chapel in all of Troycaron. Yes, I will say some of the cardinals do often debate that. The High Cathedral in Four Leaves, for instance, is technically older, and this chapel is, and the Lampclair Cathedral are also considerably older, but they have not been used as a seat of religious authority for centuries. And of course, some of the older temples far-flung from the high houses and even the kindred are much older. It's funny. I've heard, actually, that there are a sect of the Desert Kith who have some very interesting temples to Dea Tacita in the very, very far corners of the Golden Desert. wonder if their architecture or stylings looks anything like your own people's. I am fairly certain, she's, idly scribbling notes, but I'm fairly certain that our own temples and shrines to the Silent Goddess to the Umbral Queen are much in the same structure as those of the Kindred.
It's like, no, there's quite a few differences. Us Iron Demons use a lot of dark rooms and close walls. I found that men usually don't do well in such spaces. We have found that men usually don't do well in such spaces, so they have opted for different designs. I have no idea specifically what the Desert Kith would have to do with this. I have not been able to go out there to see such structures yet. It's funny you mention it. I do plan on going out there one day to investigate.
Oh, well, I am a student of history and architecture, obviously. But I must go where the clerical council and the pontiff directs me. Sir Barrett kind of mutters off to the side, and also commands the Witchfinder General. And she's like, yes, of course, the Witchfinder General.
Oh, I see. Well,
he's in charge of the that's the position of the cleric in charge of the Inquisitorius. It's all very elaborate sounding, but again, it has been many decades, centuries since we ever had to do any proper witch finding. Sir Barrick just kind of, folds his arms. I must apologize for Sir Barrick's bearing. He is a member of the Order of the Golden Thread, which is one of our clerical orders dedicated to the policing of Maleficarum and Monstrum. He just kind of, folds his arms and just kind of harumphs.
Mm-hmm. Nod to him. It's like, well, madam, I do want to thank you for your time and for the enlightening discussion, but I should not keep you from your task any further.
Of course. She just kind of pauses and says, correct me if I'm mistaken, but you're attached to Marquess Logi's household, correct?
That is correct.
Well, as I said, visiting the archives and the reliquaries of the Astrakhan Hill would probably cause a little bit of a stir. But the Marquess and his household should be able to request any relevant documentation from the libraries. There are scribes and initiate monks who literally have nothing better to do with their time than to copy requested records. It's supposed to be freely accessible to any members of the faithful.
Well, if on the way back I can swing by, I will see. Hopefully I won't cause too much of a stir. He kind of gives, a bit of a... Well, no, he has his veil on, so he probably can't see the smile that well.
Mm-hmm. You smile with your eyes. It's a thing.
Yeah. But Inos will glide away and probably ask, are there scribes down here? Are people writing?
Oh yeah. There are full-time scholars and librarians here. So yeah, there are scribes and transcribers here.
Yeah, I'll ask some of the scribes if they can transcribe some of the stuff about dragons, so Inos can take it with them.
You probably have a 50-50 shot of either finding a scribe who is just soul crushed by the art of transcription, or somebody who's just yes, of course, my favorite pastime. I love to read old text and copy it down.
Should I flip a coin?
Yes.
Yes. But I do think that is it for Enos. Interesting. I am kind of curious if there's... Just kind of a personal note, I am kind of curious if there is, any, saints or saintesses of Dea Tacita among men.
I mean, probably. I haven't, it's one of those things you ask a question, I'm like, I haven't put any thought into that yet, but probably.
There's actually ever been an incident about the dead walking again, and it's Dea Tacita and the priestess being go back to the underworld.
That is supposed to be a function of the priesthood. and some of the circles of the Iron Demons, is actually supposed to be responsible for making sure dead people are all in their proper place. You guys haven't heard about any outbreaks of, dead or anything, but going to double check. Yeah. As specifically, I was double checking my own notes here. The acknowledgement of saints, is for martyrs, miracle workers, and anyone specifically doing, the God's work directly. They are. If you are sanctified, that is basically the church saying officially that, like, we are 100% certain this person is good. They went to the vaults of heaven, and they're really cool. Very, very rarely would they mark saints while they were alive. That is a process that has, time has kind of gone on that the church process has made very strict. And people are now only sainted after they died. Saint Helena was probably one of the last living saints because, well, she was, crazy and faithful enough to go hunt a dragon and, attain the power of dragon sorcery.
Mm-hmm.
But, sometimes saints are venerated for specific places or vocations, and their personal effects or mortal remains, become relics, which are venerated. Again, also, that's another thing. While you're in the reliquary, Inos, you probably also get some very odd vibes from, like I said, relics of saints are, both their mortal remains, bits of bone, samples of blood and hair and stuff, and also their personal effects. And that, I feel like, has to have a very weird vibe on the soulometer, because obviously those things do have like the energy, the soul of a thing, because they are well held and venerated. But also there is, like, I think, some extra juice because these things are actively objects of worship. Like, humans, men, are putting their faith in these things, and they got some weird juice. But yes, anybody else got any questions or concerns that we were...
Nope.
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 In that case, let's see. We're about 1 a.m. We're about 4 hours into the recording. We'll probably pack up the session, and then the next time will be nothing but travel, baby.
Yeah.
All right. I hope everyone found their dragon lecture cool. I spent a lot of time in the tank.
My favorite was Redox. That's a Yu-Gi-Oh joke.
Yes. Redux pass.
Not enough orbs.
Dragon Roots don't have any orbs. Anyway, we're going to pack it in here. Let's do EXP. All right, everybody was here.
Yay.
I think you all did good character stuff. You all made sure to think about what you were wearing and other good character stuff moments. Anybody clock any missions?
Yes. I would like to say that I clocked Discover Knowledges of Dragons in Weirwind Keep.
All right.
Alright.
I can come up with a new mission.
I will figure it out.
Also, Inos, you get an unwholesome point.
Yay.
Several NPCs did make the check and were kind of like,
Wait a second.
And I really wanted it to work out that way with Iceland and her bodyguard, that the bodyguard is the one who has... I think they have the same amount of eerie. It's just he has, like, one higher sense because he's a soldier. But it just worked out that, like, he is the one who's just like, that demon guy's weird. He's a weird guy. I don't like him. He reminds me too much of the horrors of war. And the quote-unquote actual Inquisitor is just like, what? It's just a guy. He's here to learn about stuff.
Just horns.
Alrighty.
I kind of wish you got.
I
wish you
thought
got
about
XP if you like made significant progress on a mission, but because mine
No,
is
you
like
gotta block it
mine
out.
is like 5 steps to it.
Yeah, but you're trying at least. You're on the track to cash out your XP at the end. You know, you've made an effort to involve
Yeah.
Narissa in things. And we can definitely say for role-playing purposes that after, you've had your fill of reading, you can probably pop into the study and ask.
Yeah, that's just a character of being like. I feel like after a point, just like he'd probably feel more helpful just helping her. If he's allowed. I don't even know if he would be. But anyway.
She'll, there's got to be something you can help her with. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed your extensive, like I said, dragon lesson as we continue to do more world building. And I love how I keep pitching stuff I'm just like, yeah, you guys just don't know about some of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
How long was the pre-calamity period? How long did that last? Who fucking knows?
Are we allowed to answer those questions?
I mean, yeah, if you can get in there, we can figure it out. I've talked about this before, when doing recaps on the podcast, not in the AP, but there's quite a lot to unpack to this world with both the themes and threads you gave me and just whatever fun stuff came up to me while I was filling in blanks later. And I feel like I just captured the tone when I was just like, yes, all these dragons, I don't know, they're gone or napping or gone. Napping, Or that empire, I don't know, they left probably. Maybe you killed them all, maybe. Those gods? Yeah, you don't gotta worry about them. But all right, okay, well, that's the session. We'll be back on the track next week. Get ready for travel-y do's.
Yeah.
Travel.
Like I said, that will be much more like the part at the chateau and then the trip to Weirwood Keep where I'm just like, all right, you got anything to say to these guys? Okay, cool.
Alrighty.
I'll describe a painting with words and then we'll move on.
I guess I'll mark down my XP.
Yeah.
I'll have to figure out what I'm going to spend.
Oh, actually, I forgot to score for also out of side stuff, I believe.
I made sure to mark stuff down.
Yeah, Lucky got a few things in at the end, and so did
Jesus,
X.
okay, fuck, I forgot about that.
But I think just you two. Anybody sneak any more last minutes?
Nope.
All right.
Though I got something to say about Agave now.
Listen, Agave's goals are have things look normal. Be friendly, but not be too friendly, okay? Don't be rude, but also don't... And I don't think that necessarily she's thinking that Konrad has made it weird, but she's also but also don't make it weird. Everybody be cool.
Konrad's
right.
So you're telling me to fix something that's not broken? What the talk?
This is the thing I like about a lot of NPC interactions is just oftentimes NPCs will tell you yes to fix something that's not broken, and you're just like, what do you mean? And they're like, listen, man, you don't understand. I got 10,000 of my own things to deal with. Don't fuck this up for me.
I now have threads of conversation because I feel I might use that at some point this trip.
Nice. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna wrap up the recording. Thank you for tuning in. Like, comment, subscribe. We'll be back at you later.
Alrighty.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.